Lodestar Esports now coming over to this bear, and the volley bear seems to be first to be going in with the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate missing the backline completely. MF ult coming down, taking down only the volley bear with the Vi ult in the backline on the gate. He sees the jungler's gonna go down. Be a triple kill for the way, maybe even going for a quadra.
Hey yo, 6-0!
Hello and welcome to the Svenska Online Liga. My name is Oliver Day, and today, ladies and gentlemen, we have two best of two matches, one Division 3 and one Division 2. So we've got a very, very exciting evening ahead of us. Of course, like I said, I'm Oliver Day. I'm joined by the wonderful, wonderful Rue. How are you doing?
I am doing good. I have recovered after yesterday. We are back for another day in the SOL today, looking at some of the lower tiers, having a look around the Lodestar Academy, especially. Can be very excited to see how they go up against the PC players in a very crucial match in this Div 3.
Absolutely. I mean, Lodestar, you know, I've reviewed a couple of their games, and they've been absolutely fantastic to watch. I mean, Xeno, an honorable mention. I love watching this guy play top lane. His Aatrox is just phenomenal. I've seen a bit of his Gragas as well. It's just been a pleasure to watch this team. And yeah, who are you sort of excited to see? Who are you looking out for?
I am looking towards this mid lane right now. Skarjan hitting Masters recently. I am so excited to see something like the Syndra out of him. Like, he's got all these crazy mages that he's happy to pull out. He has an unbannable pool. He is too deep. You cannot get to him. So I am super excited to see how you will play like that in the mid lane, going up against ST Percy, who has a lot of weird champs in his pool. You know, a lot of the Zoe kind of niddly stuff. I don't know. He's been playing a lot of jungle recently, but a lot more off meta compared to the super heavy mage.
Of course. I mean, it's such a funny game watching this team. But then again, PC players, they are I like that team. I do like that team. I mean, for example, Guapad 4000. I mean, I'm seeing a bit of that that bit of set, bit of Rumble. I love watching, as a Rumble enjoyer myself. But yeah, absolutely. I really, really love that Rumble. But the being quite crucial, especially given that Cassante is still ahead of the curve. Definitely one of the top laners, especially in pro play. And obviously the Gnar is always the answer to that. So it is good to have a Gnar player on your team. But yeah, I'm looking forward to today's games. Now, I'm not sure particularly what's going to happen now, chat, because I'm not sure if we are restarting the stream. We might have a bit of technical difficulties going on. But for now, we're going to keep yapping. But yeah, so obviously Division 3, this time in the tournament, very, very crucial match.
Gone to break.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We did have a bit of technical difficulty there. Obviously, me being gone for so long, just vacant. But yeah, obviously you probably did miss a lot of that conversation. I do apologize about that. But we are back. We are ready. And let's just hype this match up. I mean, it's a crucial match with lots of different, aspects. I mean, like you said, the mid lane. I'm looking forward to that top lane, especially. I just love Xeno, watching him play. He got MVP the last time I sort of casted their game, and it was just fantastic to watch. Now, I'm liking the Syndra, like, for Skagen or Skagen on the mid lane for Lodestar Esports.
Mm-hmm.
I like the look of the Syndra, that Mel. I mean, even a bit of that Hui. Obviously, Syndra they've had a really good run on that Syndra past couple of games. And what are your thoughts on Syndra as a champion? What can she provide?
Syndra is so solid at just being the most dominant side lane threat in the mid to late game when she can one-shot anyone that wants to go up against her. Or, if you put the tank there, she will win out that side lane. You have to match with something equal or more annoying. And if you don't, you probably will just lose through your side lanes. And that's such a powerful position to be in. If it's allowed to be taken, you're going to have to be forced to either overmatch and try and just put her down, or send everything mid. Go full send. You get your side lanes, we'll get our mid lane, we'll push through. But it's so forcing, and seeing good teams play around it with their macro is always amazing to see.
Absolutely. I mean, I was playing a couple of ranked games earlier, and oh my god, like my poor mid laner just came up against a Syndra, and she just got absolutely torn apart. I mean, Syndra, I also,
strong early as well.
Yeah,
that's the crazy thing.
Really strong. She's just a consistent champion, and she's just so good at just diving and just being a nuisance. Her damage output is ridiculous, by the way. It's absolutely ridiculous. But no, I think we could see a lot of that Syndra today, considering, obviously Skagen's been playing them recently, and, Lodestar, they've got a lot of pressure on, and obviously we want them to be on their better, more comfortable champions. But then again, leaning towards the draft, what could you sort of expect from PC players? What could you sort of see from them?
I see a lot of play going through this bot lane. Their bot lane is by far their best player. Fiskan is someone to look out for. Currently ranked masters in the bot lane. Huge fan of the Jinx. Huge fan Caitlyn and Ezreal.
Yes.
All these top picks that are coming through right now. Especially with lane swaps disappearing, you can either take the lane bullies, or you can stay on the scaling champs that don't have to force these dives anymore. It is so good to see someone that hopefully has been taking his team to this point, take them even further.
Absolutely. I mean, like you said, the scaling champs, Jinx, one of the best scaling ADCs. I mean, she's an absolute nightmare late game. And to be fair, I would love to see a little bit of the Jinx. I mean, staying in that bot lane though, the support, Rimert. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Nautilus, and I like that engaged style support. I mean, Naut is just so good at setting up play, and if we do see that Naut, I think maybe a level 1 invade, maybe. I mean,
who knows?
You can't not with the Nautilus. The hook is just so good. But yeah, I think in that bot lane, it's definitely going to be quite a crucial matchup. I mean, we don't have much information on Angel bot, because we don't really have.
He hasn't played a single game this season.
Yeah,
that we can see on OPGG.
But what could you sort of expect? I mean, they've got to be aware of the Nautilus threat, and they've got to be aware of champs like the Leona, the Rel, very good engaged supports. So in response to that, what could you see being picked?
I mean, this is where you choose how you want to play the game, right? Do you want to play everything through your bot lane? Do you want to invest with your jungle, with your enchanter type support? If AngelBot wants to take it that way, do they go something like the Lucian Nami? I see Zixo has some Lucian in his most recent. We saw it played pretty damn well earlier by Yon and Core JJ as well. So that is an option. On the other end, you could say, fine, bot side, probably lost. Let's not let it be too lost.
Yeah.
But we can weak side it. Let's play to our strengths. Let's play through our insanely good mid laner, our insanely good top laner.
Yeah.
And let's pressure on the other side of the map where we know the other team might be weaker.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that probably is a strat for Low Star today. They've just got to be flexible in response to that bot lane. And, you know, they've got really, really good prolific players, like you said, in that top and mid. But I'm just so excited. I really, really want to get into this game. I just want to see Zeno play. That guy on the Aatrox, a little bit of the Jax, a little bit of the Camille. His Camille was outstanding the other day, and he got MVP for it. So I was really, really just overall so hyped to see him play. And I think that it's definitely, I think the strengths in response to that are definitely going to be in that top and mid lane. I mean, obviously, we are still
just theorizing.
Yeah, just
so
theorizing.
Right now.
Absolutely. I mean, truth will be told once we get into that draft. But given the current sort of state, you know, obviously the recent patch and whatever, how do you think the game has sort of changed?
I think we're looking a lot more at these more focused on the bot lane matchups, right? Because before, you had to always bear in mind that you had to push early. If they were to lane swap into you, you have to be able to punish the top laner. Now, it's not as forcing, right? The top laner isn't going to be there. And if you can lose this lane gracefully, you can scale beyond when the other ADC is as potent with, as you say, something like the Jinx, something like the Sivir we're seeing coming back as well.
Sivir, yes.
All these super late game hyper carries, as opposed to the more typical, like Ezreal and Jhin, which we've seen a lot more in the current patches. But then on the counter to that, since you're locked into that 2v2, if you are able to play the aggressive picks, like the Samiras, like the Dravens, that's where you can really push yourself above and beyond. You can be so much clearer than your opponent that you can just create an unwinnable game for everyone else in the lobby.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. Like, I think, like, on the opposite side of the map, I know I'm a top laner, I can't help it, but that's also cleared top lane up as well, because now I don't have to worry about picking safer champions that rely upon staying under turret and farming. I can pick a champ that could step forward, do a little bit of damage, and just win my lane now. I mean,
and we're seeing Kennen coming again because of it.
I mean, Kennen, earlier in the first stand, I was out of this world watching that. Obviously, the Kennen from, if I'm not mistaken, it was Top Esports that played the Kennen.
I feel like there might have been two Kennens today. I'll have a look.
I think it was Top Esports playing the Kennen into the Jax. Obviously, it did not go well for Zeus, but they eventually won thanks to their bot lane just being so fed and overpowered. But no, it was
just the one.
It was really interesting. Really interesting. I mean, Kennen, like a champion that's been sidelined for a large portion of this last patch because of that lane swapping meta. And we are seeing the likes of, you know, the comeback for more dive style champions. I mean, Garen can just now run forward, procs him some waves, deal damage. I mean, his execute has always been strong, but same with Darius as well. Darius is another champion I like to sort of see today, considering he's had a massive spike in ranked. He's arguably one, if not the strongest champion before level 6. Very, very good early game champion. And it's, you know, he's just able to step forward and not be punished by these random ADC and supports appearing in the lane. So top lane has definitely changed, and we will see a lot more Bruiser, more aggressive, like, you know, same in the bot lane, aggressive style picks. But yeah, it's definitely been intriguing. Let's turn our attention to the jungle. Now,
let's go.
The jungle is something interesting for me. I mean, obviously, Skarner is still picked, and I think you had a really, really good point on Skarner when we were talking before we came live. And Are you expecting to see some Skarner today? Because I've always got it in my bingo card. It's just always something that you see. But if so, what are the costs and benefits of having that Skarner in your draft today?
If a team is willing to take this version of Skarner, the completely gutted Scorpion, his organs are laid strewn across the rift. If they want to take him, they have to be so willing to play as the team.
Yes.
If they choose to take this and they want to play for themselves, it won't work. Skarner, you cannot do that anymore. While his base numbers were high, you could roam wherever you wanted, get solo kills in whichever lane you fancied. Screw it. 2v1 bot. Go get him. Now that's not a thing. And firstly, thank you, Riot. Secondly, let's see how, if a team wants to use it, how they can employ it. Because it will lie in those team play elements now. We saw earlier,
Absolutely.
I think, there was a huge Skarner ult to interrupt VIQ in one of the games, and it was like, oh, he's done a great thing, but there's no one there.
Bit of defensive Skarner gameplay there. Bit of peel almost.
Yeah, and it was amazing to see, and it was such a good individual play in the moment, but there was no one there to follow it up. It just fell flat. Hopefully, honestly, I'm hoping not to see the Skarner today. I don't think that it's going to be piloted to the best of its abilities, but we'll have to find out as we load into this draft.
I mean, Ezreal ban being first. I mean, that is probably a comfort ban. To be fair, for both sets of bot laners. I mean, Lodestar banning that, obviously recognizing that Fishgarn is a very, very, very good Ezreal player. But to be fair to Zixo, I mean, the last time I watched him, he did get a quadrukill on that Ezreal. It was really, really good play. But no, the Ezreal ban being first, obviously, like I said, a comfort ban most likely. We are hopefully going to wait for our next ban. It is coming in soon. Ooh. Bit of technical difficulties. Yeah.
Unfortunate. Well, at least we know one ban.
Yeah, we do know one ban. We're definitely going to see that Ezreal.
Definitely going to see him out of here.
But to be fair, I think that's, the Ezreal ban, very, very strong pick for both teams. Clearly, Lodestar doesn't want to take that risk. They recognize that Fishgarn is a very, very, very good player. I think that's a good ban for Lodestar, though. I think, it definitely is a strong ban for them.
I just wonder, do they have enough bans to throw at this bot lane? Okay, you got rid of Ezreal. What are you going to get rid of now? Is Jinx? The Caitlyn? Misfortune? Jin? Sivir? Corki? Like, his pool is so deep.
Big.
You're not getting rid of everything. Which do you prioritize? I guess that's just something we're going to have to find out in the next phases of the draft. Hopefully we can get it working again soon.
There we go.
And
we are going to see that Syndra ban. Yeah, I mean, thoughts on that?
We talked about it before, right?
Yeah.
Skargent's Syndra has looked terrifying recently, working at a 3.23 KDA in Masters on a 60% win rate. I sympathize with that ban.
Absolutely. I think we are going to see a bit of that, like
target
you said,
target.
But yeah, I mean, the MF as well, about being banned. I mean, I think Lodestar, they might just be target banning bot lane. I think that, I don't, particularly, I don't think that pays off in the long run, but whatever. Two crucial ADCs taken out there. The Seraphine in response. Obviously, Seraphine, just so many slows, so much healing, so much shields. And we are going to see that Jinx ban. Yeah. What are we watching right now?
I think they have a plan. I think they have a specific plan for, say, we want you to take your Caitlyn. We want you to take your Sivir. Something like that they have their own ideas into. And forcing it to come out early as well is so important. I'd love to see how this ends up going, because right now it feels like ADC is forced to be taken in these first 3 rotations. Otherwise, there's not going to be anything left.
Now, we already see that Vi ban in response. Vi, very, very good engaged jungler. I mean, definitely one of the strong points for, Lonely Seal. Very, very strong on that Vi. she's been really good, obviously, throughout pro play. I think, I do apologize about the difficulties. We are just trying to get them sorted. There we go. We are going to see that Varus first pick, and the Gnar as well. So,
yeah, we spoke about that Gnar coming.
Yeah.
We had our suspicions, especially with all these crazy picks that you're now seeing in the top lane. Back once more for the second go around. I do love to see the Gnar here. And Varus makes sense as a first pick, but
yeah,
I feel like when you're banning out so many opposing AD choices, to give them then the counter pick is an odd choice. We see that counter pick taken in the Caitlyn.
Yeah. I mean, a little bit of backfiring. I think that sort of idea just to ban all the champions. I mean, like all the ADC champions, I think could, was a risk. And we are going to see that Caitlyn being picked. I mean, the Sejuani being hovered here. Yeah, oh no, it will be picked. Thoughts on the Sejuani? I think you had a very clear sort of POV about Sejuani.
Basically the same as Skarner in the fact of if you're not working together, especially with at least one melee champion like the Ambessa, you will have the least useful Sejuani you have seen in your life. But if there is help, something like the Yasuo, which can be flexed to top and to mid, proccing those Permanent Frost is so crucial to getting the max out of this champion. Because otherwise, she will just fall by the wayside.
Indeed. I mean, Yasuo is such a strong mid laner and top laner. Even a bit of Yasuo ADC.
I think, is this the old Yasuo into Gnar counter pick?
I think it might be. I mean, Gnar is I wouldn't like to first pick Gnar, usually. I think Gnar is definitely something you counter pick into. We got to see the Lissandra, actually. Lissandra, loads of CC. I mean, her ult is just a nightmare once it's deployed. You just can't move.
I did not see the Lissandra coming, though. This is not a champion that ST Percy plays very often. And then you're giving the other team's master mid lane a counter pick. If that Yasuo is indeed being sent top to counter into that Gnar, this is a dangerous choice from PC players, and I think this is going to backfire against them.
Indeed. They are going to get rid of that Rakan, though. I mean, Angelbot not going to be able to play on that Rakan. I mean, Rakan, just such a good engaged champion. So, just CC galore. It's just got great survivability as well. He's just such a strong support. Very good at setting up play as well. I believe that will be is it Janna ban?
That is a Janna ban.
Janna ban, yes.
I feel like that's not the type of thing that you're looking to pair with this Caitlyn as PC players. That feels like a wasted ban. Unless there's something targeted that I'm not seeing from these profiles, the Janna is so out of left field.
Yeah, the Valkos ban as well. So, no Valkos support.
That is a target ban.
Yeah, it is.
That's a target ban mid.
Target ban.
That's a target ban mid. Skargant's most played this season on 30 games is the Vel'Koz, and he has a 63% win rate in those 30 games. So I completely understand that one. Kind of surprised it wasn't taken away in the first rotation after we saw that Syndra. There's the second ban. That makes a lot more sense. Caitlyn Braum is so oppressive.
Yes. Okay, I find a very strong ban there. I mean, the Braum just so tanky, able just to block so much coming that way. I mean, his ult is very, very good at just sort of stunning people, just removing any chance of escape, and he's got so many slows as well. So a very, very strong ban, I would say there. Now, we are going to see potential mid
Nautilus.
Oh no, support sense. Nautilus. And to be fair, I don't think that's ideal considering your lodestar. I mean, the Nautilus is definitely Rimmer's strongest. ST Percy's strongest. So no, it is Rimmer. Sorry, I do apologize. Rimmer's strongest, I would say, support champion. I mean, Nautilus just so good at engage. Very, 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 very good all around.
Speaking of engage, the other side, Leona taken away.
Okay, I like it. I mean, Leona just... People say Faker's the unkillable Demon King. I would say Leona is, because that champ just does not die. I mean, she's so tanky, got such good engage, and her survivability is just out of this world. If she takes that Aftershock rune, no one is dying. But yeah, I think the Orianna being hovered here. Oh,
Yeah.
Orianna will be locked. I like that Orianna pick.
Not the mobility you expect into something like the Lissandra, though. Only has her own speed up. I'm not very versed on the mid matchups as a whole. Least of all these weird Orianna Lissandra. It feels like this was played 5 years ago, way before I was a thing. So I am interested to see how both sides pilot this. And I've instantly been proven wrong.
My bingo card was correct. We are going to see that Skarner. I mean, obviously, we did talk about Skarner. I hate to ruin your day, Rube, but it's happened. It has happened. We are going to see that Skarner.
I just don't like it for PC gamers, PC players. I can't work out the identity of this team right now. It feels like everything they're doing is to be playing around this Caitlyn, which to an extent makes sense.
Yeah.
But is Skarner the best choice to really pump up your ADC? I'm not convinced.
I mean, obviously, if we reference that example we saw earlier in the first stand, that sort of defensive Skarner play, then maybe, because that Caitlyn is going to be the #1 target for that Yasuo and that Leona. And the Sedge as well. But I think maybe
that is a beefy front line, and it's going to be difficult to dive through. The range on those engages is not very long, right? Yasuo, with his 1,000 dashes, can get through if you're too close together, but the rest of it doesn't quite feel the same.
Yeah.
Maybe the Skarner's just there as that kind of box out bully. Maybe it'll work. I'm sticking with I'm not convinced.
Fair enough. I mean, I believe we are slowly going into game. I think we are just
we've got a 3-minute spec delay if nothing else.
Yeah. But no, I think discussing the drafts, who do you think has the better draft? Who you sort of prefer?
I'm gonna have to take Lodestar Academy.
Yeah.
I feel like you haven't lost much with those target bans that were placed onto mid. You still have a nice solid matchup. I think Orianna into Lissandra. You don't have that mobility you were on about earlier, but I feel in my heart of hearts, like if anyone can make a potentially losing matchup work, then it will be Skargan. And I'm not even sure if this is a losing matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've just got more of a sort of identity, a sort of plan of attack in there. So obviously, they do just want to look to run and shut down that Caitlyn. They've got Leona, they've got the Yasuo, bit of that Sedge as well. But I do think it is interesting. Obviously, we are going to see that Nautilus come out. I think definitely a strong point there. You know, you've got your bot lane on 2 really strong champions that they're really comfortable with. Rimmett on the Nautilus and obviously Fishgarn on the Caitlyn. How do you think they'll sort of pair up, you know, in that early game especially? I mean, obviously Caitlyn does have that edge over the Varus. I mean, how do you...
Difficult.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult giving counterpick over to someone as strong as Fiskaren. They chose to take away 3 of his champs. Maybe the counterpick isn't so bad because you kind of know what he's going to go anyway.
Yeah.
When you take away the Ezreal, Jinx, Misfortune, his Caitlyn is up there with his most played. You expect it to come out, but now he's able to play with an engaged support. They chose not to go the Enchanter route, something like the Bard, which we've seen decent bit recently. Not even something like the Lux, which has been more typical with the Caitlyn in years gone past. Going with the Nautilus, which gives them the engage overall. If you can't put her behind early, if she can get through the 2-item dip, through to the point where she's 3 items, 4 items, and clicking headshots, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I think we'll have a good view of that soon as we are going to head into game. Let's see. I cannot wait. We're waiting all day for this match. I can't wait to get into it. Both sets of players fired up, ready to go. It's Lodestar Esports Academy versus PC players. Here we go.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I believe we are going to see a bit of 5-man invading. Oh, I believe.
Yeah, we have a little bit of tech issues. We are very framey right now. I also believe that people load it into draft in the wrong order, so which is why we see that it look like the Caitlyn mid, but it is a
Yeah,
little bit bait. Might just need to do a little bit of moving around of those once
and
we are
sorting
in
out.
properly. Unfortunately, going to be delayed that a little bit more, but we can have another look at these matchups in the meantime. Yasuo into Ninar, obviously taken as a old school counter pick, right? Yasuo is so good at delaying Nars timers. When you wind wall his boomerang, that is gone for like 15 seconds.
I mean, sorry, I'm just seeing some of the messages in chat. I mean, that's just mental, but absolutely. And I think like I am just gonna be. I'm just intrigued how that Na is gonna play. I mean, it's it's just one of them champions that I don't know. It can go either or depending on how strong you are on that Na. I mean, Na definitely a familiar champion for the Grubdad. I mean, I'm not sure that matchup to be honest. I think that the Yasuo, obviously, like you said, an ancient counter to the Na. Haven't seen it much, but we'll have to see. Obviously, Na sort of gets that edge early game. It does get just the level 1 anyway. It does have that range, able to farm a little bit easier. But that Yasuo wants. Oh my god! I've just been informed by the chat. Casters, be sure to take notice of this. Na might be top 10 EU. I mean, we'll have to see about that, chat. We will have to see about it. But yeah,
That's a bold claim.
I can't wait. It is
That
a
is
bold
a
claim.
bold claim.
It's an
Especially into your
bold
counter
claim.
pick.
True. But, I haven't seen much Yasuo top, obviously, I've just been seeing, this past couple of patches, just tanks.
I mean, this is a Broken Blade classic through the whole of last year, but it's basically been non-existent throughout the rest of Pro for at least as long as I've been watching. It was taken when Na was so much stronger, when Na was blindable, to try and punish that type of blind, as we see today, using that wind wall just to push back his cooldowns. After he's hit the Triforce, he'll still have ages to wait, and that's the timing where you can put pressure on as the Yasuo. So, obviously, this is a very hands diff matchup with it being a Yasuo involved as well, right? So, if we see a top 10 Na claim, I am here for it, because that just shows confidence that is necessary.
It definitely makes that top lane a little bit more interesting. And, the top laners, they've been freed. They've been freed. No more lane swapping. Good vibes all around. As long as they get, they don't concede, free deaths and they lose Adacon for their team.
Well, we all know how the O10 Yasuo spike works, right?
Oh, true, absolutely. I mean,
maybe he needs to go O10, otherwise he's not going to be strong enough. You have to face the adversity.
I have not heard that in so long because I really get Yasuo plays in my games, but the 0-10 Yasuo spike, it's legendary. It's absolutely legendary. Yeah. We've seen a lot of glazing for Guapdad, an up-and-coming player. I mean, we're going to see it, chat. We're going to see it eventually once we've sorted through our issues. But hopefully we'll get to see that shortly. I think we might be heading back into game. Yes, we are. Fantastic.
Hallelujah. We are back on the Rift. And hopefully we get to see some interesting League of Legends. If we're able to move the players on the scoreboard around, that'd be amazing. If not, then we're just going to be watching Lissandra into Sejuani, and that is, I guess, fine. But that'll be a huge quality of life thing if we can get there. Is there anything we need to pay attention to in these runes early game?
I mean, the runes...
Arcane they seem pretty standard.
Good poke. Yeah, very good poke. Arcane Comet in the lane. I mean, that's just pretty much a given for Orianna. We are seeing a lot of Aftershock, which you would expect, considering you got a Nautilus and a Skarner. Oh no, we are seeing. Oh, sorry, we had the rune shuffle around a little bit. That's a little bit better. We are seeing. We are seeing that grasp. There we go. All sorted. But yeah, we are going to see that Nautilus with that Aftershock. Very good, like you said. You pair it with that CC, provides a little bit of healing to nearby allies. But no, very, very just basic runes, to be honest. I
Yeah.
mean,
I'm
nothing
interested to see how
special.
the Varus wants to take this lethal tempo. It seems to tip his hand to his build at the onset of this game. Unlikely to see any lethality coming in now. But I mean, I guess if you're into Skada, if you're into Nautilus, the Nar's not going to be squishy either. Maybe the
Yeah,
lethality doesn't have as much value as that kind of on-hit craziness could have.
agreed. I mean, obviously Sejuani starting bot side, trying to work her way up. But I think it's important that Skana is starting top side. I think that's quite interesting. A little bit of early trades going on there in the mid lane. Nothing so special. I did hear a shield be popped. Not sure where, but I did hear one being popped.
I think we're
in the bot
hearing
lane.
things that have happened in our future. That would be
Yes.
my thesis. Unless it is coming now, no. Hook going to be dodged away. I think
Yeah.
we are about 4 minutes behind the actual game right now, unfortunately. Unable to bring it to you live. So we're going to bring it to you as we see it instead. We get to see it all at the same time as you. No one's ahead of anyone else, but we are hearing the game sounds from live. So I just heard a flash go, if nothing else.
Nothing else happened. 0-0 so far, but we are going to see an early gank from the Skana. A very good E, driven into the wall, and we got to see that follow-up.
Flash away from the
Gnar, but
Yasuo.
no, does he manage to get away? Yes,
He's got a wallop.
He's so close, and he's under turret. Excellent play by Xeno just to get away. Fantastic evading there. I mean,
the difference there. The Gnar still only level 2, had that wave to farm under his turret. If he'd got that, he would have had a second CC ability. There is that level 3. The second stun during his ult would have guaranteed that kill, but you wouldn't have been able to kind of go back and get that Yasuo. So it's just a great timing from that extra prio. Xeno gets that level 3 and it absolutely saves him.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it was good initial play. I mean, I liked that Skana E. It was straight for the wall. Caught us completely off guard. I mean, it was a good little attempt at
Hello,
first
Leona
gank,
Rome.
but yeah, I mean...
Burling doesn't know about this.
Oh,
that's the flash invested. He is going to go
Q,
down.
But we'll take the kill as well. I mean, that was very, very clean. A bit of roaming from the support. We'll steal the kill, unfortunately, but we are going to see an early tower dive. Good play from Sejuani, but unfortunately will go down.
Xeno doesn't have turret aggro.
Grab that on the Skana. I mean, not tanky enough. The Sejuani just gets a little bit too comfortable in the tower there, but a kill for the Gnar. I mean,
kill for the Gnar, and that is the flash that wasn't used in the previous play, coming back to absolutely save him. If he had been forced to invest that flash, if he even used the flash to go for the kill, the trade would have been given back over. As it turns out, patience being that virtue, and he now has a half HP Yasuo to try and bully.
Meanwhile, the Yasuo just go for a little bit of early coat, a little bit of early poke, but unfortunately,
he has Mega.
The Gnar does have Mega. We'll go in. Good dash away from the Gnar, but it will go down. Xeno in a lot of trouble here. Will be punished by Grapdad 4000, having a really good start to the game. Really, really good start. Amazing play.
Yeah, and that's just too greedy there. Coming in from Xeno. You just saw him TP back, and that is another engage coming in. Don't think we're going to get anything from this, though, with the Eclipse popped. And, yeah, I mean, you just saw him TP, and he's full HP, double longsword on the back. You have boots and a dagger coming in without TP, losing another wave. Your jungler was not close enough to make that play. Plus, he was becoming a Mega Gnar. You don't want to go near a Mega Gnar.
You don't want to be, no, absolutely not. But I think we are going to see a potential other gank. The Sejuani is in the top lane.
Sejuani
trying to just pressure this Gnar will be shut down. A very decent gank there. I mean, 5 minutes 30 into the game, we're seeing kills galore. I mean, definitely the feats of strength on the line now. Who can get that next kill?
It might come a lot faster than we think. Sejuani invading onto Krugs now. ST Percy should be able to match this. Sees they're getting taken.
We'll stay into the Krugs, trying to steal them. Will manage to smite them. But a good little invade by Lonely Seal on that Sejuani.
I think you got all the minis there, though, as well. Most of the gold heading over the way of the Skana. Both of the junglers on that crazy early back. See more potential on this bot side.
Caught up. We are going to see the root. Needs to back away.
Nice flash.
Good flash. But we are going to see the stun for the Nautilus, as Nautilus proving pretty crucial. First off, the range for the Caitlyn too strong. The shield popped. Not going to find much. The Leona goes back in. The arrow from the Varus does miss, but I mean, I think I just got a little bit greedy there by Angel Bot on that Leona, and that will be the Feats of Warfare going over to PC players.
Yeah, and that was definitely the barrier that we heard earlier where we had those game sounds going. Zico, unfortunately, having to burn both of his summoners. He's going to get redove as well. Dive.
Zixo falling really, really low, but unfortunately will find the kill. The Caitlyn does go down as well, but it's trades galore. Oh my goodness. 2 for 2 there on the bot lane. This bot lane is just jam-packed, full of life. And we are going to see the Skarner E through the wall. Lands onto that Orianna. That Orianna does manage to deploy that shockwave. Not going to find much, though. But maybe a kill potentially coming out onto that Skarner. No, not enough damage there, especially from that Leona. Just no damage whatsoever. Does use the Q to try and engage, but like I said,
and
what just happened? This
is the Skarner in his element right now. Every single engagement is a small skirmish happening across the map. 2v2 plays, 1v2 plays, 3v2 plays, all across the map. These favor the Skarner. He wants these types of nuts plays going on all over the place. No one has control right now. But in the end, it feels like the team with the Skarner, they're coming out with more of this.
Absolutely. I mean, they've just got 5 kills on the board already. A little bit of a gold diff at the start. They do have the first Drake, first objective of the game. Yasuo taking a little bit of damage there from the Gnar. That Gnar range is proving a little bit deadly. Obviously, Gnar has the advantage in lane. Not doing the best on CS, but just has that kill.
He's got double kill.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's just it's such a bizarre matchup. I just love these random champions being picked. I mean, let's talk about that bot lane. Obviously, definitely the Caitlyn is getting, proving its worth. But then again, the Varus is holding up strong. 2 kills as well.
Ooh, meanwhile, Xeno, so close to going down there.
So close. He's getting a little bit eager in that top lane. Very, very low HP. Still taking a little bit of damage from the minions. Needs to be careful. One auto attack and he's in very, very big trouble. The Gnar half HP will get 1 rose. And I think they will back away.
Skarner, this is top side. Grub's going over as well now after already taking first Drake and a Hex Drake, Hex Tech Drake at that. A little bit of extra move speed, attack speed cannot go amiss. Attack speed and ability ace even. Back to bot side, Glacial Prism.
The Sejuani all used. We'll try and get stacks onto it. The Naut gets away. Unlucky by Rimmer. Unfortunately, not able to get away.
I don't even know what did that damage in the end. Are they going to go for the dive?
They are going to go for a dive. I mean, the Syndra ult being used. Sorry, the Lissandra ult being used does tank.
They can't go for this.
But no, they can't. I mean, the Caitlyn in a little bit of trouble as the Sejuani follows up onto her. I mean,
good
stun
cleanse.
After stun. Good dash. Sorry, good flash there. Excellent play just to get away and live. I think the Sejuani couldn't really get the stacks on there. So enough completely. This Lissandra in a little bit of no man's land. Does manage to get away. Will take
execute.
The execute, yeah.
Not too bad on the whole, but he's still down for 20 seconds. That's going to be another wave lost in mid. Although 2 of those were delayed by him just being in a weird place at a weird time. And the result of this is the cross map. Jungle camp's going to be traded both ways, and the Yasuo staying too far here.
Yasuo getting a little bit greedy as the Mega Gnar is popped, and the Skarner E there to stun him against that wall. I mean, I think Xeno just needs to calm down a little bit here. He's getting a little bit too eager, a little bit aggressive. He's a little bit poor positioning. Just needs to just calm down, like I said. I mean, this lane not going as well as what you'd hope to. I mean, the Gnar really, really showing up well. Potentially the top 10 Gnars in the world chat. I mean, absolutely fantastic play. Grabbed an R4000 on this Gnar, proving his worth. 6 kills.
But this is not the way back into the game for Xeno. No. The way he gets back into the game is by waiting, by using your small lane advantages, like having that wind wall to deny him his reset on his boomerang. You don't win this by going hyper aggressive and taking these unfavorable fights when you're not ahead in the game. You're going to see another gank coming topside, potentially here. The Sejuani here uses the ultimate,
but not worth in the end because that Gnar is just so tanky once he's in that form, and he was just so close to turret, he just backed away.
This is dangerous.
Heading topside. We'll probably look for something here.
Doesn't know the Sejuani's still there. Gonna find out in a second. Finally, she goes on vision, and he's just gonna recall in the pit. He loses mid-wave again.
He's got a lot of gold, but then again, I mean, it's a very, very greedy engage by Angelbot on the Leona. It will be punished. I mean, the Nautilus is just so good at shutting down these sort of engages. And I think that Angelbot, like I said, is playing a little bit too aggressive, like Xeno, just not able to find much value yet on that Leona.
It feels like Lowstar only know one way to get back into games, and it's not the way they need to be in this. This requires subtlety right now, and the way they've played the start of this game is anything but subtle, as it doesn't even get the denial of the cannon minion either. Bergling able to pick up an extra 80 gold.
Agreed. There is a slight sort of CS diff.
God,
I mean,
did you see that?
Mid. Yeah, that was really
That is brutal. 2 level lead as well. This Orianna is an absolute bully. Those missed waves are stacking up so heavily right now. And Bergling once again going to drop his wave. This time probably going to get the kill though.
In the middle of nowhere. I mean, Bergling will get a kill back. I mean, that's not ideal. I think Angelbot, I don't want to say is starting to become a little bit of farm food, but absolutely. I mean,
he's not worth as much gold now, though, so no, it's not too bad. He's one. The one I believe did come at the start, so the 3 deaths in a row stacking up. Bowsen's Law coming into full effect. If you just keep dying on repeat, you're not worth as much gold.
I mean, that Triforce coming in for that Gnar is going to be really, really, really crucial. I mean,
so many plays bot
for the Yasuo on top. And they're going to look to take Dragon here, Mountain Drake. I think will go uncontested as the Sejuani looks to recall. Yeah, will be another Drake. I mean, it's such a good start for PC players.
And they have multiple ways they can go out of this now. They can look to Drake stack themselves, but with it being Ocean, it's not so important. If it was something like the Infernal, then I'd be pushing more for it. But now they can say, you got 20 minutes until Soul. We're going to get this Caitlyn to 4 items. We'll fight you then. In the meantime, they can play the scaling. They have 4 plates in both side lanes before they fall as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Anar just absolutely bullying this Yasuo in lane. I mean, he should be able to get first turret. And obviously, that would secure them the Atakan if he does manage to get it here. And I think he will. Yes, and that will be Atakan heading the way of... Well, Feats of Strength heading the way of PC players. But then again, another set of grubs as well. It's such a good start by PC players dominating this early game.
And this is what you don't want to skirmish into, right? You gave a couple of skirmishes over, and the Skarner was strong enough by skirmishing and living in those weird engagements to now, when you're at this point where you could be looking to fight back, you can't. They all have items. This Yasuo's still not even close to his balk, and he's probably going to go down again here.
Yeah, he probably will. I mean,
Lissandra's up there too.
But Lissandra wants a piece of him as well, and grab that 4,000 will get another kill. A good flash by the Caitlyn there, able to live. Does find the kill. Insane play. Absolutely beautiful stuff. This guy is dominating. Fishkarn, definitely one of the best ADC players. Does he manage to get the kill? Unlucky.
The clips.
Not to find it, but Angelbot don't think
forced to
we'll
flash. Is he? Berglund doesn't quite land the slow. It might enable his escape. Just about. Leona, the Soul, real.
In the meantime, Sixo has slain Rimmer. I mean, Rimmer probably getting a little bit too eager, a little bit aggressive, but Nostalgia pushing up does manage to cancel the recall. Angelbot staying put for the time being.
He's got to run away though. This.
Oh no! Dino down again. Not ideal. Maybe we will see that 0-10 power spike coming through. Hopefully,
he's halfway there.
He's halfway there. Oh, we are gonna have a slight pause. But from what we've just seen there, let's just break it down. I mean, PC players, a very, very, very dominant start there.
Yeah, and
Winning
they're able to
objectives,
skirmish.
kills. Yeah.
This is what they wanted coming out of draft. You have such strong early spikes. These one-item spikes on things like the Caitlyn even is so good at the one-item collector. The Gnar on the Triforce, so strong. Skarner, he can have whatever he wants. He can have 5 Giants belts and he'll be strong, right? You give them these early skirmishing champs and you let them skirmish. It feels like Lodestar with a kind of mix of what they wanted coming out of draft. Not choosing to...
Yeah.
You have to fight one way or the other, but if you want to take these fights, take them 5v5. You have a good chance. Don't take these 2v2s that you're going to lose.
It's... I'm sorry, I'm just still, like, just in awe of that last play. That Caitlyn flash, oh my goodness, is unbelievable. Fishkhan has been an absolute dominant player. Same, to be fair, credit where credit is due, so is Grabdad 4000. You know, he's been
Top 10
unstoppable in that top lane. Top 10, EU, I've heard it loads from the chat. I mean, but Fishkhan has just been incredible on this Caitlyn. I mean, that strategy of just banning them ADCs at the start of the game just hasn't really worked well in Lodestar's POV. I mean, not ideal. I mean,
not ideal, but they have win cons. Their win con will be this Orianna. A huge lead has developed.
Yes.
With the Orianna against Lissandra, but it's not turning into anything just yet. We'll have a quick look back at some of these skirmishes. This one here, you pointed out the insane play, the cleanse away from all this CC, and then the perfect flash time to dodge this early Ori ball coming in.
Yeah.
And then
just
the trade back as well with the
yeah.
Nautilus ult. Hookline and sinker. Orianna goes down. And it's just, even in the long play, there's not much there for them. Even with the Nautilus overstaying his welcome at the end.
It's such clean play. I mean, this bot duo for the side of PC players has just got such chemistry. I mean, Rimmer has just been fantastic in setting up these plays, peeling when he needs to. And Fishkhan has just been such a threat. I mean, we saw in the first couple of minutes of the game, he was already having a little bit of that lead, just outranging that Varus and just outpoking him. I mean, it's just been really good
we
play.
Are going back in. Hell yeah. Let's
exactly
see what the state of the game is. We are 16 minutes in, and I believe it is just after that little engagement went down. Unfortunately, everyone's shifted up on the overlay because people didn't load into the lobby in the right order. Hint for next game, please load into the right order, because now the gold lead in mid doesn't look too bad. It's in the Caitlyn's favour.
Yeah, true. It's a 1.9k gold. But I think the important one to really notice for the side of Lodestar is, well, if we could see it, yes, somewhere, the Orianna lead. I'm assuming that's the 1.8k, but we are going to see another beautiful gank coming in from the Nautilus, stun after stun. The Lissandra does
nice shockwave. They're going deep for this.
Shockwave, but will go down.
We'll get the kill.
I mean, a beautiful clean tower dive there.
Yeah, did cost the flash of the Lissandra.
Yeah.
But in totality, you're going to take that. Our gold leads, everything but the top lane is completely fake here, by the way.
Yeah.
The only lead that is real is that 3k lead of the Gnar over the Asura. Everyone else is kind of doing their own thing. Apparently, Lissandra into Sejuani, that kind of thing. Not what we're actually trying to look for. Varus doesn't have 2.6 on the Caitlyn. He just has a lot of money compared to a support.
This Gnar is such a threat. There's 3 of them down there, and they just don't want to go near him. He is just forcing
He's
them
got
so
2 items.
Absolutely.
The Yasuo doesn't have a Blade of the Ruined King yet, and he has 2 full items on the Gnar.
No Bork yet. I mean, just this Gnar has just been absolutely... And boots as well. Plated steel caps there. My favourite boots in the game.
This must be the Bork back for the Yasuo coming out of mid.
Gotta be. There it is. Well, how...
Is it too little too late?
I'm not sure. I think that Gnar's starting to get a little bit too tanky, and I think obviously Bork is good into tanks, but I think it might be a little bit too late. He's got such a lead now. He's such a threat. 6 kills, 1 death, compared to the 0 and 5 Yasuo is not ideal. I mean, we are going to see just a bit of movement here on the top side. The Sandra heading top. Burgling just probably looking to push a little bit of that top wave, maybe defend that top turret. We are seeing the Sejuani head top side as well. But that Gnar is just farming these waves up against the Orianna and Xeno.
He's not even scared of the 2v1.
No. And to
He's
be fair,
so close to that Mega, he doesn't need to be scared.
No.
Odd choices coming out now from Lodestar. They're leaving the Yasuo mid. They're keeping the Varus in the side lane. They're going to play it heavy on the strong side, though.
Nice Sejuani ultimate there being used. The Varus will get the kill. That's the one they need to get them sort of kills. I mean, Varus 5-1 now, starting to do a little bit more damage. Finally get a little bit more gold back on side. No, the Yasuo needs to sort of run around, run away here. I mean, in a little bit above the Nautilus ult, able to stun him. He does dodge the Caitlyn shot, but yeah, I mean, good play by Xeno to get out there. To be fair, another death wouldn't really been much because he's not really worth.
No, it wouldn't change much at this point. The sole, good part about that is they also get that top tier 1, but they're losing a third Drake soul point up and available, and this Gnar is so ballsy. He just TP'd onto that bot tier 2, not a care in the world. Mid tier 1 also going to go down. The tempo plays so strong right now for PC players.
This is going to open the map up a lot more.
Oh,
the Gnar goes
not
in.
time to go in. He has Mega though, he might be fine.
The TP coming in, does have Mega Knight. It's a good ult used. Does fall a little bit low, will go down potentially, and that will be the shutdown. The Orianna following, but meanwhile the Skarner does pull up with the E.
The Varus
misses the
there.
ultimate. A good Nautilus hooking as the powder continues, but what a shockwave! A
This is
massive
deep.
shockwave, insane shockwave! Finding 2. Skargan, sorry, excellent play. That shockwave just trapped them all under turret. Sorry, it's not Skargan.
You're right.
Yeah, it was Skargan. Insane. How is he there already? What?
Yeah,
Crazy.
I mean, he's the player that's down there from the start. It's the Varus that's missing from this fight. It looks so good. Okay, you sacrifice your Gnar, but you have a chance to play this 5v4. It looks great. You get the trade back instantly. Sejuani basically going to go down, but the Impale misses.
Yeah.
Now this is the time to leave. Hooking deep onto the Leona, onto the CC champ.
Yeah,
enables the shockwave that, as you pointed out so rightfully, completely obliterates them. Varus shows up in the nick of time, and it's just an overplay from PC players, overplaying their hand when they just didn't have what it needed.
I mean, that is a huge fight, and that is a lot of kills for the side of Lodestar. I mean, definitely back in this game now, I would say. I mean, 6-1-4 on the Varus, yeah, absolutely. He's going to start to really shred, especially that Gnar up top. Xeno still hiding that bush, 0-6. With that 1 assist though, so it's a little bit more cold now. But we are
and they are all up here. They're using the speed from the Orianna, and Rudad,
they want to punish.
He's close to Gnar again, but this will not be as good as the previous
Absolutely
time.
not. Will be shut down. Skargan getting that kill. 4-3-3 now. Finally positive. Does have a little bit of that bounty now. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Adakan being taken. I mean, potentially,
it's just the trade that they've chosen to take. Sacrifice your top lane for the objective, plus you're able to get that Rift Herald to drop into the bot lane. If it can finish off that tower, I'm not sure how close it got. I see the charge has already gone. If that bot tower falls, it's definitely a positive play overall, somehow. There's not much standing gold left on the map once that bot tier 2 falls.
I mean, that Yasuo will be put away from that top turret there. Not able to get it. But the Adakan being quite huge here, but they've closed the gap. They have massively closed the gap. Only 200, 300 gold difference around about. So they're definitely back in this Lodestar. It's an amazing first game we have here today, chat. Fantastic.
Oh.
But we are going to see Xeno getting a little bit too eager, looking for the 0-10.
Salute
Alice
in the chat. That is an 0-7 Yasuo. Rough to see. He has the Borg, but he's still nowhere near as strong as he needs to be. Potential for the play over the wall. Sejuani going to be going in. Nice buffer on Rimmer. He should be able to escape from this pretty easily.
But Angel may potentially will be.
His Eclipse is gone. He's going to get popped.
He will get bursted.
Nice change of corruption.
Falling really low, but will back away.
Yeah, that change of corruption just took that Caitlyn from full HP down to half.
Meanwhile,
All this
his
skirmishing happening in the top side. You're going to point out, this Gnar is split pushing like a maniac.
has a really massive wave as well. The Demolish gonna come through as well. Halfway gone. Xeno can't really step up here, otherwise it could lead to something a little bit more damning.
He's 2 levels down as well.
Yeah.
This is a brutal fight to be taking. 2 levels and a full item completion. It's not a fun fight to even consider.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the next Drake coming up in about 15 seconds.
This is Soul, by the way.
This is Soul, yeah. This is massive. There's got to be.
But that is flash used by Caitlyn just off camera. The Sejuani and presence alone was enough to force the flash. If this is 4v4, who gets this right now?
It's so tight. I mean, weirdly, I think Lodestar do as.
I mean, they're onto the
Caitlyn,
Caitlyn, but it's just the Leona that's deep.
Really low, but Skarner does manage to find it in the meantime. Vascon amazingly lives against Leona. Leona not dealing enough damage just to kill that Caitlyn, but Vascon will pick up another kill. The Orianna poking a little bit. The Sandra falling 1 HP, but unfortunately will not go down, and that will be Soul heading PC players' way.
Yeah, this is Soul, and also, as we'd expect, the Gnar is obliterating the Yasuo in the side lane right now.
The
he is
inhibitor
forced
as
to back.
well. I mean,
Inhib gone, yeah, this is brutal.
This Gnar just does not have a care in the world. He's going to split push to his heart content. I mean, it's just... It's massively opened the map up now. I don't think, you know, Lodestar have got to be really careful where they step. I mean, they're under a lot of pressure. It's looking definitely a lot favourable in PC players' way, considering they have...
Is Gupdad overstaying here?
Gold diff. But
Able
no,
to
that
dodge the
Gnar, he
Zenith
is
blade.
just so strong. He's just able to fling himself away.
And also something to point out right now, 25 minutes in, this Caitlyn, Fiskar has piloted already through the 2-item power dip that you normally see, up to the 3-item spike, and honestly, Lodestar have to be so careful moving forward, because this Caitlyn will destroy a team.
Absolutely. I mean, that Gnar in that tanky form will look to recoup. Has got a considerable amount of gold. Probably look to back a little bit, spend a little bit, go to the shop. I mean, meanwhile, Xeno on the opposite side of the map is doing a little bit of split pushing. Try to look for his toe, but it's an excellent engage. The Northhawk out of nowhere, but unfortunately that will be Angelbot going down. I mean, just caught out there once again. I don't think was aware.
Yasuo's on a crazy path running away. He misses the Q3, only goes through the wolves. He is gonna fall to this now. The side lane threat. I think I observed a little bit desync. Yeah. There it is, the kill on the mainstream. And I mean, this Gnar is unstoppable right now. At least to the Yasuo. Yeah. You have to put your Orianna into this Gnar right now, because he will dominate the rest of this game if you don't.
We are 2 deaths away from that supposed power spike. Can we get it in, chat?
It might be too late though. Baron gonna fall. Power spike might not come in time. He needs to run out of spawn and die instantly.
Int as much as possible, as quick as possible, because they'll look to probably end here, PC players. I mean, Yasuo does have that timer coming down. Will be up pretty much now. That will be that bot tier 2 falling. We'll look for that
he needs
tier
700
3.
more gold. Gupdad really needed 700 more gold to go onto that Gnar. Unfortunately, we have hit a spectator bug, I believe.
Yeah. It's a small indie company known as Riot, once again striking us with the dodgy spectating client, but...
I praised them earlier this stream.
Hey, I mean, to be fair, at least someone has. There have been a lot of hot waters recently, so, you know, maybe that Skarner nerf was warmly welcomed. I mean, I kind of welcome it, but then again, I'm a tank enthusiast, so I kind of like Skarner. But on that sort of mid to mid to pretty much late game now, PC players are taking back a hold of this game. There was a potential spike for Lodestar. Obviously, that fight underneath that turret where that massive shockwave came through. Beautiful play by Skagen. But unfortunately, it's just It's not enough. It is not enough.
It's
I
not
think
enough. And the
they've
wallet
lost
diff
too
is
hard top lane.
huge right now.
Yeah.
The Gnar just moved up to 6k over his Yasuo, who is the Yasuo is the counter pick.
Yeah, I know.
It's the wrong way round. It's the wrong way round. Orianna, the sole point of strength right now. Varus is very much so there and available, but not quite able to get enough done, especially in these kind of shorter skirmishes where he's not even getting much of the lethal tempo procs hitting.
Absolutely.
Maybe the lethality might have been better. We had to play the whole game again to find that one out, though. Maybe they will in game 2. Maybe they just run it back, same draft. Who knows?
I mean, it is a pleasure seeing that Yasuo, but I don't like watching Yasuo go 0-7. It's quite. At what
this
point
is cathartic
it
for me.
trolling?
This is cathartic. Every time I see a Yasuo in my mid lane, if he's on my team, it's roughly what's happened. If he's on the other team, it's more like 17-0. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to see this where I'm impartial and can just enjoy the moment. Not every Yasuo is untouchable.
True. I mean, Broken Blade, my god of Yasuo, my god, all around the G2 fan here. I mean, watching him play against BLG on Yasuo was just the greatest experience of my life. That's how you're supposed to play Yasuo, inting. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why you want him to play him incorrectly. I mean, hey.
Bowser's on something all these years.
I mean, chat. If it's the meta, then he would be winning. But yeah, I mean, I think they have lost too hard in that top lane, and that's just a massive raid in the chat. Oh my goodness. But yeah, like I said, that is just such a big diff in that top lane, and unfortunately, that has just enabled the Gnar to split push, get so many kills, just be so strong. I mean, we saw it throughout the game. He TP'd bot side. There were 3 players, and they just ran away. And that was a Varus who was 5-1, a Sejuani who was positive, and obviously that Leona just ran away. They wanted no piece of that Gnar. He is just so strong right now. But hopefully, once we do get back into game, if we do, hope and pray, please Riot. Hopefully we'll see that maybe just how strong that Gnar could be. I think it will be looking like PC players might win this game. They're just so far ahead.
I have a feeling we might not even get to see this Gnar. If it was so bad, and I mean, our observer has unfortunately crashed out. Everyone not looking in the chat, and we're gonna have to see our options as we sounds like we actually have our way back in.
We do have our way back in mid-fight. I mean, Bergling does find Zixo, a little bit of a shutdown there, but meanwhile,
how is it going this way? But that's the wrong team winning the fight. What happened there? It feels like PC players have been so strong, especially when playing these 4v4s.
We are
and somehow they're able to lose it.
Speechless right now, chat. I mean, the Gnar still split pushing. I mean, does manage to get 2 inhibitors. That massive super minion wave coming into the base will put Lowstar on the defensive side. PC players looking very dominant. They do have a lot of some very long cooldown timers.
This Gnar is overstaying here, though. 1v3 effectively. Skarner gonna get here just in time.
It's close to the Mega Gnar. Does he pop it? Not yet, no. Skarner looking to help him. Angelbot looking to recall in the meantime, but they will try and shut down. Lonely Seal falling really low, will go down. SD first is finding Lonely Seal. The Mega Gnar just needs to come out, but the TP's coming in. Lissandra able to get that TP in, able to follow up with the damage. Meanwhile, the Skarner does find the kill, make it a triple kill.
No.
Absolutely incredible. The Scorpion, the Nightmare, has risen.
I'm so glad that Gutdad stole the Quadra. If that was a Skarner pentakill in the game where I said Skarner shouldn't be played, I was gonna have to quit. I think that would have been the low point.
The potential we might see game here. We are going to see that Demolish coming in from the Gnar. We are going to see that EU's tanking a little bit damage from the turret, but will return to the fountain for safety. Now, I think this will be it.
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And this will be PC players taking a very good lead in this series. Oh, the Mega
Gnar,
Gnar is just
on top of
so
everything
strong.
else.
Beautiful. They're not even going for the inhibitor. Sorry, they're not even going for the Nexus. They're just wanting these extra kills, and they'll find them. What a performance. Oh, this is bullying now, chat. Zeno
Fiskard is
finally
farming
got the power
KDA.
spike. 0-10, but not
Yeah.
enough time to see it. Wow.
0-10 Yasuo spotted in the wild.
Rue,
Unfortunately.
what a wacky first game we have just watched there.
I don't think I've ever seen a counterpick go so poorly for the team that used the counterpick. A Yasuo into a Gnar is such a nice matchup during that lane phase. You have the ability to deny everything he wants to do. And yet, it's the Yasuo that goes 0-10 with all the ganks from the Sejuani unable to perform. And I feel you're having a similar reaction to me.
I'm trying to hold it in. Like, that game was just so wacky. If I open this MVP poll and I see Zeno in there, I'm gonna cry.
I don't think we put players from the losing team in, unfortunately, but that would be amazing if we did.
We unfortunately won't see it, but I think it has to be. We are gonna see that. As shout out to ShipX in the chat. Why can't I vote for Yasuo? But look, this happens to players. This happens in games. It's part of the pro life. It's about how you bounce back, and that's what determines whether you're a professional esports player or not. If you can go 0-10 on Yasuo and bring it back the next game, you are a proper professional athlete. But we are going to see a heavy in favor for Guapdad. I think I'll cast my personal vote towards Guapdad. Definitely
I don't think there's
the
any
MVP.
other choice in this one. He absolutely gapped that top lane.
Gapped dad.
Didn't have anywhere near as much help from his jungler. Still got it done. The 1v2 manages to avoid the dive. That crucial play at the start of the game. If he gets put behind after getting the kill on the Yasuo at the start, if it's traded back, instead of him getting the Sejuani for free, not dying, catching all his waves, he doesn't become this insanely strong side lane threat. And hey, if the Yasuo gets the kill, he's a stronger side lane threat. That's why the Yasuo is so good into the Gnar in the first place. You are able to match the Gnar in every single phase of the game. Early game, you have the deny. Late game, you have the insane scaling side lanes. It just didn't come to pass in this one. And I think for that reason, Guapdad, this is the only real choice.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. We do have some replays coming up, especially on that last fight, which Guapdad
Crazy last fight.
Yeah. Close your eyes.
This is like a 2v5.
Yeah, it is. Close your eyes. You're going to see that Skarner triple kill again. I mean, Lonely Seal, just SD30. Very strong.
I love the fact they just ignored the Leona this whole time. They know that the CC isn't going to change anything. He has the Sterak's gauge. He doesn't care how much he's not allowed to move. He cares how much he's able to do in terms of the damage, and the Skarner doing what he does best and stealing all 3 of those kills at the start.
But to be fair, credit to Guapdad. Look how low he gets. He's just able to live for so long. And SD Percy's there to help him out. Just, it's exactly what you want from your Skarner. We did question it a little bit before, but it's definitely pulled through. Definitely pulled through for PC players.
And they played so well around it.
Absolutely.
That's what we said at the start. If they can play as a team, if they can play cohesively, it will be fine. They did exactly that. Much better than the Sejuani comp could, and they deserved this victory in Game 1. Unfortunately, this is the end of Game 1, but it won't be long until we're back for Game 2 after this little break.
Oh my god, I'm actually tweaking. I honest to God, like low key, that is probably one of the funniest games I think I've ever seen in my life.
The 0-10 Yasuo is so good.
It's the chat as well.
Yasuo.
The chat as well. It just doesn't help because like
I didn't have them up.
I always have the chat open for these streams because the people like the community is so good. And like I just see why
every time you mentioned it, I'd opened it up again and then I closed it.
Yeah. I've never seen Faker go 0-10.
I think there's probably a clip of Faker going 0-10.
Gotta respect the confidence to bring out a counter pick like Yasuo, no matter how bad it went. Oh, I'm crying.
It just should have worked so much better, though.
I know.
We said at the start, it's just a hands diff matchup. Like, just be better.
It's just
At the end of the day, you just got to be better, and he wasn't.
oh my god,
It's so rough.
I just go wipe my face. I'm crying. I'm just so. Oh my god. Right, I'll be back in a minute.
Here you go for it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Why are we watching a game of sociopaths playing each other? Just have interest.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
enjoying it a
Oh
lot. I
my
think Oliver's
goodness.
enjoying it even more.
Wait,
He's
wait,
actually had
wait.
to walk away and fucking reset himself because he's cracking up too much.
Do you think they were?
Oh.
Hello and welcome back. I mean, if you're if you're as pumped up for the next match as I am, I hope you are, because that was an absolute gem that we just watched. And PC players on the route to getting a really, really, really crucial win in this tournament. I mean, the 2 points already they've earned from the first map. Let's see how we go on to the second. But if your overall thoughts on that first game, Rue, I mean, got any words?
I think all of my words are not allowed to be said on the stream, so I'm going to keep it to myself.
I mean, I think it's safe to say, and it was mentioned in the chat, that maybe the Nar ban could come in news. I think.
You think?
Yeah, I think that Grab that.
But then they have to not ban an ADC.
Oh, true. Oh,
then again, the Caitlyn was strong anyway. Maybe just let through
Yeah.
all his ADCs. Let him pick. Let him choose whatever he wants, because he's clearly good enough on the Caitlyn.
Yeah. I think that's usually like, if I'm honest, if I was playing, I would just let them choose what they want and then just work around that. I think if you focus your time just target banning on purpose, when I say target banning, I mean excessive target banning, like we saw.
When someone has 4 mains, you can't really target ban them on the first rotation, right?
Yeah.
Ezreal, Jinx, Caitlyn, Misfortune, all 4 are applicable. And the Varus that they chose to take into it, it felt like they had the counter pick by picking first.
Yeah.
They knew what Fiskar was going to take. They chose to take Varus in, and it still didn't work. You've got to find something better for this game too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, could you expect the same sort of style of composition? Maybe that, like, more coordinated sort of.
This is the thing. Coming out of those drafts, it felt like neither team really had a massive identity. We knew the PC players would want to skirmish around the Skarner, but we didn't know that the Gnar was going to do whatever the hell he did, because that was just kind of crazy. We'll see what happens as we load into the second game draft. It will be the Syndra once again banned away.
Yeah.
Skarner not going to be allowed that one, but everything else is on the table still.
Absolutely. The Ezreal ban as well.
Oh, don't do this again.
Very.
Do you really want to play into his Caitlyn once more? Really? He ended up like 10, 4, and 4, and sure, some of it was stat farming at the end because he did get 3 kills in the fountain. But like, come on!
I mean, to be fair, I would really love to see that Zixo on the Ezreal. He's such a good Ezreal player, but unfortunately, we won't see it at all this series. The Seraphine ban, on the meantime, I kind of get. She's just a very annoying champion. I mean, so much like just slows, charms. It's just not pleasant. The shields and healing as well is just incredible. But we are not going to see her this game.
Don't do this to me.
I think it might be the same pattern, Rue. I'm so sorry.
He's going to just take Caitlyn, and you're going to have to put up with it again. If you want to take the Varus again, sure. But your time to play Ezreal was game 1, where you didn't ban it. You can take Ezreal first. That's what blue side, right? You're blue side. You can do that.
And I think we are just going to see the same sort of bans. I mean, that Valkos coming as well. Now,
Valkos was on second rotation last time.
Yeah.
Taken earlier this time just to get rid of another Skargan favorite.
To be fair, I think definitely one of the positives for Lodestar in that past game was I like that Orianna pick in the mid lane. I really liked it. I mean, she's such a good little champion. She bullied the Lissandra in lane. And I think that's definitely the Gnar ban. Yes, I did call it. I think
Hallelujah.
Zeno had a little bit of trauma that game, and I think doesn't want to relive that. So I really respect that ban.
Yeah, I can't blame the guy. 0-10 Yasuo, unless you then turn it around to become the 15-10 Yasuo, not a good feeling Yasuo. Gonna see the Corki. I'm assuming that is heading to Fiskar, but can be flexed.
I mean, the Corki pick even. I mean, he's good in a lot of places. I mean, AEC, mid lane, so nice. The Pantheon, I quite like that Pantheon.
Gigaflex.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't see anyone who actually plays it. Looking at their recent games in ranked, none of it's popping in their top 10 champs played. Actually, no, sorry, I lied. The Lonely Seal does seem to enjoy it. He has 7 games played. Maybe. Yes.
Yeah, I quite like that Pantheon jungle. I must say, watching Scuman play Pantheon jungle in 4G2 this season has been well, in the first winter split.
Do you want to talk about the rest of G2 season or not?
Absolutely not.
Do
you not want to talk about it.
Once more, the Varus for Zixo.
Yeah.
I mean, he chose it into a Caitlyn this last time.
Yeah.
Now you're into a different type of lane bully. And if you go the lethality, you'll be able to farm and get mid presence for however long you want. But going on that lethal tempo grind again, depending on PC players, champs.
I like that Jarvan, though. I really do like watching Jarvan. I mean, he's got a really good engage. Just
you're against a mobile ADC.
Yeah. I mean, I think it is, if they pair it with something else, like a Maokai support or a Braum, I think that could be really, really useful, and that Jarvan will hopefully get a little bit more engage. I mean, that's got to be, it's Braum support. Skagen, not sure what they'll pick. Probably pick for their support, maybe.
How do you want PC players to round out this draft right now? Are they going to go all in with the Jarvan full dive, or do they want to play a bit more passive? How do you feel?
I think they might go with that dive, I really do. We are seeing the Rakan for Angel bot here. I mean,
that removes one of the flexes, but I guess everything you do removes a flex because Pantheon can go everywhere.
Absolutely. I mean, I think both teams do have decent dive potential. I mean, obviously the Pantheon is just so good. Same with that Rakan, just very nice. I mean, the Lissandra ban as well. I didn't really think, I'm not sure about you, but I didn't really think that was much of an issue.
It probably wasn't, but just getting him off comfort, Last game, he played it decently. He did get bullied by what you'd probably say is the better mid laner.
Yeah.
But not letting him have the same thing again, getting that comfort under him, I don't blame them.
Yeah. I mean, PC players, I think in response to that Gnar ban, have banned that Cassante, because obviously the Gnar is banned, Cassante does become
Who do you blind pick here as Lodestar? Do you blind pick top or mid, assuming it is Pantheon jungle?
I would say...
Because Skargant's so good. Like, you can give him blind. You can give him blind or R5, and both are fine.
Yeah, I would say top, low-key. I mean, the Ornn, the Ornn is very interesting.
That would have been very nice for PC players. Just go and then send your Jarvan in with the Horn.
The Ornn is just so good at just the ultimate to the E.
Mm-hmm.
The Q is decent poke, and the W is just unbelievably strong. We already see that Victor. So, obviously Victor being one of Skargant's
I don't like that
champions.
Victor ban, actually, because when you have the Jarvan already, if they take another immobile carry, your Jarvan is going to smurf on them.
Yeah.
Unless you have zero faith in your own Jarvan abilities, I think something like the Ahri would be a lot nicer. If they go with Nivea, they're really not playing how they should be into this Jarvan, in my opinion. But Talia, once again, immobile.
Yeah.
If anyone can make this work, it is Lodestar. Skargant, so strong on basically anything he wants to pick up. But you're into a Jarvan. And the positive now is that you have a stun.
Oh,
you cannot take Vayne top line.
No,
this
please.
Is Vayne ADC. It's a hover. It's a hover. Don't get baited.
Oh my god.
Don't get baited.
No, it's just I've got so much trauma as a tank player. When Vayne is picked, it gives me a heart attack. I gotta be honest. I think
that's why you have to take it.
Vayne.
That's why you have to take top R5, right? It makes sense. What do you take blind now then?
Yeah. I mean,
I'd have loved to see the Ornn here for PC players, but it's a great ban from Lodestar.
I think we'll see something like a Rumble. Oh,
that's aggressive.
A very aggressive pick. Lots of damage. He's a lane bully. He's an absolute lane bully. I mean, from the get-go, he's just going to be really aggressive. He'll be pushed up really far, just looking to get as much.
The way they rounded out this comp, it felt like they wanted to play front to back, and having your Jarvan Braum alone on the front doesn't feel great. Aatrox lovely into the Rumble. I think I'm favoring Lodestar's draft, but I am kind of unconvinced by both. Neither has a real identity to go with.
I agree. I mean, Zeno on his famous Aatrox, his Aatrox was outstanding the last time we watched them play, but I don't know. I'm indecisive. Like,
I don't blame you. This is odd. I feel like when
yeah,
you pick the Jarvan and the Braum, you can basically play front to back with pick
yeah,
potential as well. The Cataclysm is so good at isolating these immobile carries that they've chosen to go with on Lodestar.
yeah,
With the Talia, with the Varus, all you have to defend yourself is the unraveled earth of the Talia. You see the Jarvan flag come down, and you hope that he flags into it and gets himself stunned.
yeah.
On the other side, if you had, I mean, obviously the Ornn is banned, but there are so many other tanks in the top lane with the engage necessary to force something better. I think this Rumble just has nowhere near enough setup to really get cooking.
Absolutely. I mean, I think obviously, like in terms of from a top lane perspective, I play both these champs, and this is just down to like feet. It is just down to feet. Like if you just dodge Aatrox attacks, he does absolutely nothing. But the Rumble, the way you want to play against, like, well, just play in general, you want to be really aggressive. You want to basically
inside is
force your
Q1 range
opponent to recall. Pardon?
You are like the premium Rumble is when you're inside of his Q1 range, right?
Yeah.
You're not getting knocked out by anything.
No.
Unless you're playing too far away for your own good. And I don't know. I'm not feeling either side. Do you reckon is Equalizer Cataclysm enough? Maybe it is. Maybe that's the whole idea of send the Jarvan in with a ball.
Yeah.
Shockwave, Cataclysm, please kill them.
Just follow up damage from anywhere. I mean, they do have a lot of damage. I mean, Rumble is like disgusting. Orianna
just press
is disgusting. Yeah. But
I think Lethality Varus chews them apart.
Yeah. They just
I'm
got to
see what he goes this game.
Yeah. I mean, we got to leave it up. I think it's best if we get a prediction for this. It makes it a little bit more interesting. I mean, Ru, who is your winner for this match?
My winner is I think if they can keep this Varus safe, Lodestar should come out on top of this one. And I'm not just saying because I'm on their stream. I think the Varus, if he goes lethality, he has so many viable targets for every single piercing arrow. The Chains of Corruption are going to do so much damage with those stacks, with the passive getting popped. He will nearly 1v9 this game if he is given the required support around him. On the other side, if he's trapped in a Cataclysm, he's not escaping that Shockwave. He's not escaping that Equalizer. Unless he has his one flash button every 5 minutes. Does he have the help around him to keep him alive during those 5 minutes when he doesn't have flash? Because you can guarantee there'll be more than 2 fights in those 5 minutes.
Agreed. I mean, I think, like I said, I'm really indecisive. I mean, the chat has voted in, obviously, the stream. It's still not a majority vote, but I think PC players were voted the better draft. To be fair, there was only 3 participants, but that's 2-1. But I think I just want to see some good top lane action. I think we will see some good top lane action, but I think how the bot goes will be really interesting. I mean, that Varus is going to be really strong, paired with Rakan, but that Braum is so tanky. He should be able to just shut down that Rakan.
Yeah, and the door is so good at blocking that piercing arrow, right?
Yeah.
If they can put this Varus behind early, PC players are looking great, right? If they can keep... That is the main threat to their comp right now.
Absolutely.
Is the threat of the Varus just popping off because he can, because he's playing Varus. And it will happen from now and again. A guy will just be able to pop off. Let's see if it happens this game or not. I'm quite undecided, but if you're going to force me, I will say Varus comes through with lethality. If he's lethal tempo, I'm changing my vote instantly, and I don't even care.
I mean, obviously, like you said, we are on a Lodestar stream. I've got to back the boys. I know chat is very heavy favor of PC players, but we are going to defy the chat. We're going to cheer on the lads. Come on, Lodestar. You can do it. Let's get a win. But
a much needed win as well.
A much needed win, absolutely. I think, the emphasis on both teams is on winning is very, very strong. There's a lot of pressure riding on this match. Let's see how they'll handle it. I mean, I think, it's I don't know why. It's just like there's somewhat telling me that the draft is just a little bit better in terms of PC players, but I don't know why that is. I think I'm just more of a Rumble player than an Aatrox player, and I think that's the sole reason. But we are gonna get into game. Both sets of players know what's on the line. They need to sort of just compose themselves, especially Lodestar after that defeat. Xeno back on his comfort to having not the best game last game.
Maybe you just saw the hands diff game one and decided that Aatrox, piloted by Xeno, will not be up to the Rumble, piloted by Guapdad. As they go 5-man once again. They did this in the previous game as well. Xeno just able to walk away. Didn't use his ward though, so he doesn't know how many are sticking around here. Basically only saw the Rumble, I think. And it is the Arcane Comet.
Yeah, Arcane Comet Rumble. It's exactly what you want to see. What's up. Yeah. It's just... He's
such good peel this game as well, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look at all these champs around him. The Pantheon is able to stun anyone who comes at him. The Talia with the Unraveled Earth is very nice into things like the Jarvan, which is why when I was seeing the Anivia hovered, I was a bit scared. But when you get the Talia, if the Unraveled Earth comes out in time, Jarvan will get stunned, will not be able to press the Cataclysm before someone else is able to come over and peel, right? The Rakan is so good at that as well. This really does come down to Skargant's execution on denying ST Percy right now.
Yeah. I mean, we are just going to see a little bit of early poke, a little bit of farming going on. Very, very chill. Not as aggressive as the previous game. Just a very, very slow start. Obviously the last game we had several kills within the first 4 minutes of the game. I don't think we'll see that here. I think both teams know what's on the line. They're going to play a little bit more passively. I think definitely that's the aim for Lodestar, considering they did have a lot of out-of-pocket deaths. I mean, a little bit of inting, but we'll
not looking at anyone particular for that, but yes, there was.
Yep. We don't know what the 0-10 was. We don't know what it was. We never heard about it. Absolutely.
He was just in his fountain when the power spike came. We didn't get to see it. If we got to see it, it would have been terrifying, I'm sure.
I mean, Xeno just
not choosing to charge up that Rumble. A lot of the time you see Rumble players like to be hovering a little bit higher on heat. Chooses not to himself. Mid-trade going the way of Burgling. Early game Orianna.
Skargant just staying a little bit more reserved. We'll just try and fight. I mean, obviously, the Orianna is just so strong in lane. It's got such good poke. Angelbot hovering in the bush, maybe looking for a potential engage. Aren't going to see it. That Corki is a little bit down on health. Does give them the slight advantage. Viego moving on from his Red Bull onto them Krugs.
Pantheon a little bit further ahead in farm here.
Yeah.
And with the wave pushing into the Aatrox, this is quite a nice place for Lodestar right now.
Does have his stacks. All five.
About to overheat.
Down to overheat. Needs to be really careful that Aatrox, otherwise he will be absolutely shut down. It's a very nice engage by the Pantheon. Will be followed up. Xeno looking to try and get the kill, and that will be first blood.
Yeah, you can't overheat on a missile in that type of situation. If it's on the shield, then you may have enough durability to get yourself out, enough movement speed as well. When you go and you miss on the missile, it's just so brutal because you're stuck without any buttons to press. It's in the middle of the lane. Flashing is completely pointless because you will be killed. It's not a question of if, only a matter of when. And that is first blood headed over.
Indeed. I mean, like I said, we are going to see that Rumble be stepping up, be pushed up a little bit far, but that is a nice...
A little bit too far.
Yeah, a little bit too far indeed. I mean, that is a nice opening, though, for Xeno on that top lane. Definitely the confidence boost that he needed.
Maybe it's just red side top that's OP.
True. I mean, I gotta be honest. I prefer to be on the red side than the blue side.
You would as a top lane. You get counter pick.
Yeah. I mean, like...
No one else likes
also,
red side.
I know, but it's also like... I don't know why. For some reason, I just prefer it, because, like... I just don't... I can't explain it why, but, like, I just like being on that side. For some reason, the map just feels more open. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Even
I
though it's
mean, neither
strategy.
side is great to go diving between... especially how open bot lane is to get around. Top lane, so closed off to both junglers, unless they're coming straight through the river, or, as a lane gank, as ST Percy is showing us, unfortunately, nothing will come of it as the Aatrox pushed back under his tower. On the other side, the wave probably gets frozen here, actually.
Rakan, but will be immediately shut down. We just see how tanky that Brawn is.
Oh my god.
The damage coming from that Corki just showing.
Gatling gun was disgusting.
Absolutely burning that HP. Skargan, a little bit of poke.
Neither of these mid laners have any mana remaining.
No.
Both of them will be looking for a tier on this first back, 9 times out of 10. Both of them typically Void Star, not Void Staff, Archangel's abusers.
Yep.
So
yeah, we are going to see it, like you said, and it should be Chemdrake. Did get a recent buff, I think in the last patch.
It's nice to see Chemdrake being on the Rift but not the Soul.
Absolutely.
That's rare. That feels like a luxury in recent times.
Uncontested. We are going to see Grubs taken in the meantime. Low start, definitely have that Grubs advantage.
Oh,
it's a nice shockwave. Very, very good. The bot lane is in the mid lane.
I see Percy's so close to hitting 6, but he's not quite there yet. This is dangerous.
Does flash, but will go down, surely.
The slow from the W.
Percy will find it, but meanwhile Xeno is down as well. Does manage to find ST Percy as well. I mean,
bit of an overplay. Coming in from PC. And Aatrox, Ender of Worlds, lives up to the title. All 3 kills in this early game. Heading over... I think he hit his 0-10 power spike between games. And now he's coming out insanely strong.
During the break.
I love the idea on the chase down. Not quite able to get the kill. It forces so much to be invested. The W just for the slow, not even for the shield. And then just a great timing of Rakan as well. Exhausted, guaranteed to kill. Xeno ends his world. 3rd kill on the Aatrox. He's going to be close to this item already.
Absolutely. I mean, it's exactly the start that Low Star wanted from that previous game. They completely come back, and they've clearly had a reset mental as well. I mean, Xeno, 0-10 the previous game, is now 3-0. They have that feat of warfare. What a start.
It sounds to me like he has 7 more to go to get back to even. But he's looking to get there, because these trades into the Rumble are quite nasty as well.
Indeed. I mean, the Rumble just needs to sort of farm. Obviously, Rumble without items is just useless. He just needs to probably farm safe.
He has something, but it's not quite everything that he needs right now, especially when your fellow laner is up 1.3k over you. Sure. One of them, so you got ganked. It happens. The other 2, coming from an overplay by the rest of your team, when your laner has prio, it is a little bit tilting.
It is indeed. I mean, that Corki's hit level 6, so is Zixo. Just going to be back and forth trades there. I mean, we are just seeing Bergley bully this lane a little bit.
Are you going to dive this?
I don't...
No wave.
No.
Percy finds an empty Raptor camp.
Lonely
in the area. If he goes for this,
I think he does know.
The worst timing.
No.
Keeps cancelling his base.
Oh, we'll go. We'll
Grand Starfall instead.
Play the shockwave used. Should be able to find the kill. Exit play hooked into that Talia, and that Talia will burst them down. Excellent play by Lonely Seal. Beautiful stuff.
And it didn't matter where the Jarvan was. He was in the right place at the right time And it still didn't matter because the Pantheon has so much more maneuverability to get into such a great position. Grand Starfall over the top completely spaces away that Jarvan, and this Rumble has to be careful now.
Yep.
4 charges on the passive.
Really early. I think we'll be dived here. Oh, an absolute.
That wasn't even a spear with passive.
It was not. Just deleted. Oh my goodness. The Braum does pop the ultimate. Very nice ultimate indeed.
Nice side
Jarvan coming in. Flashes galore. Corki being dived on will go down eventually.
TP coming in though.
Having a little play. I mean,
Aatrox is here and he has item.
But the Aatrox could potentially clutch this. Does manage to land 1, maybe 2. ST Percy needs to get away.
Skargan's got Fiskard on the top side as well. This is actually an okay play for Lodestar. They're going to have to find someone to catch top, but it looks like Varus is just able to walk out of spawn straight up there. This is not the worst.
No,
your Varus is slightly behind, but he still has a serrated Dirk at the end of the day. He will be fine.
I mean, what a start for Lodestar. Now, obviously, Rumble does have a little bit less range. That Varus, and oh my goodness, the Pantheon is in once again. Lonely Seal, just such a nuisance.
No Chains of Corruption, nice sidestep. Angel Bot's
is
here,
in
though.
overheat. I don't think he knows that Angel Bot is in that bush. Just try and look to place a ward. Will place a ward. We are seeing a little bit of misaction. The Corki finding. Well, sorry, putting that Talia really, really, really low. That Braun just occupying space. That Corki with the Gatling gun will recall. Does force the Talia to recall, so potential time to push that mid wave in.
And that is definitely the worst thing about having a Corki in your game. That Gatling gun is so loud.
So loud, so much damage as well. I mean, he's such an annoying champ.
Loud in more than one way. Very, very present. And that is 6 Grubs.
6 Grubs.
Heading over to Lodestar. 2 Drakes going the other direction. Interested to see what this soul is. No Mountain, no Chemtech. It's probably going to be a good one unless you get Ocean again. Let's have a look. It is Hextech. This is big for PC players.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that Corki with potential attack speed, oh my goodness, will be really, really insane. That we're seeing there,
Xeno,
but we do force a good flash. Xeno, good flash. Does have a massive bounty on him, just not gonna risk it. Does manage to clean this, probably clear this wave up, but that will concede the tower as well.
Yeah, and it's a huge investment. When you send the Cataclysm in, Jarvan consigned to his jungle now. They don't know that Rimmer is the only one here. Gwipdad is there, sure, but Lonely Seal, this is a 2v3.
Oh,
you're using your ult to engage on Braum.
But the Braum does miss every single opponent. They need to find Rimmer first.
He's not an engaged champion. The Aatrox has got roam from mid. Another kill. The Darkin is disgusting.
But the follow-up will be there. The Pantheon, Lonely Seal on this Pantheon, just insane. Not letting this Rumble escape. There is no mercy coming from him.
Yeah. A great Grand Starfall finds the hidden player. And another pick likely to be found.
Oh my goodness.
What is the positioning right now? Fiskard walking through the blue quadrant of Lodestar's jungle for apparently no reason. You've made a bad play worse by just being in the complete wrong place at the wrong time. Sure, you had the Aatrox went out. You can get the Prio in mid. Don't walk into their jungle, try and get vision, and then just die to the Talia roam. They had a chance to turn that around there. Hextech Drake, a potential soul in 8 minutes right now. It's looking so unlikely though.
It is insane the amount of just kills that are happening. I mean, out of nowhere, in the span of that 5 minutes, there was an unbelievable amount of kills. We are seeing once more a potential number fight. Xeno, very, very strong right now. Angel Bot and a little bit of spot bother will slide away, but unfortunately, Xeno finds another kill. He wants to redeem himself this game. He's on the way to redemption.
This is just a sad state of affairs. PC players know that if they don't skirmish their way out of this game, it only gets worse. The issue is, skirmishing is also making it worse right now. They are not strong enough to skirmish not playing around these item spikes. They do find the pick on the Rakan, but ST Percy
Go away.
just got deleted off the map.
Grapdad is just so far forward, a little bit out of position, tries to chase that Pantheon for the kill, but will go down in the meantime, and I think potential another tower dive. SD Percy really low in the tower. That will be Burgling falling as well. SD Percy manages to get away.
Skargan's so good at hitting these seismic shots right now. It's amazing when you have something with guaranteed CC, especially like the Pantheon. You are locked in place. If you miss that W, that's on you at that point. Talia, however, not missing these Ws, hitting every single one, putting out so much damage onto the Rift, and it's going to be a pause coming out. I can only assume something has gone wrong, but we'll take this time to just give ourselves a quick little reset because this is going from bad to worse for PC players.
It is indeed. I mean, not an ideal first start to the games, you know, finding so many kills in that early skirmish, but he keeps finding more. I mean, everything is just going Lodestar's way. Obviously, you know, they don't have them Drakes. However, they've got the grubs, they've got the feats of strength, they've got a massive gold advantage and kill advantage. It's just, it's insane. Lodestar have completely bounced back, the amazing team that they are. And I've just seen in the chat, is someone else playing on Zeno's account, or is he having his game of a lifetime?
Coming into this, we expected him to be the better player. He's currently ranked Diamond 2. Compared to Guapdad's Emerald 3, he is supposed to be winning these out.
Yeah.
And perhaps it was just the outlier in the first game, because that seems to be kind of different from what we're seeing in the second one.
And this game has just been a highlight reel, essentially, of just Lodestar team plays. I mean, I think they do just get caught out in a lot of positions, PC players. Obviously, we saw the Corki just walking through the red side jungle for an unknown reason, most likely to just drop a ward, but it just cost a kill, and that's not ideal when you're already so far down in terms of gold disadvantage. You don't want to worsen that, and feeding your opponent these kills just really has a lot more like worse of effect. It's just,
they're getting all of these kills and they're still collecting these side waves. The Talia only went up there because they cleared the bot wave and then roamed. There was no one to match the bot lane. They didn't know where the Talia was. They had zero tracking available to them, and still the Corki goes for that aggressive ward, and it's completely punished. And this game will only spiral further if PC players can't get on top of this. I fear it may have spiraled too far already. This Aatrox is in delete mode, and I don't see any catching up to it.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, don't forget, he's got to get that life. He's going to build so much life steal. He's just going to build such tankiness. He's going to be unkillable. I mean, he's already very difficult to fight because of the amount of CC he has. But he's just going to become so unbearable late game. And I don't think they, you know, that he's already OP currently as he stands. I mean, he's just getting the split push off here. I think in the meantime, we did see a potential couple more kills. Another kill for that Talia on the mid lane. I mean, 3-1 and 3. Slowly turning the page in against that Orianna. And the Rumble having so many deaths is not ideal. I mean, your potential hope here is got to be that Jarvan. He is 3-1. He can potentially duel a little bit.
If he gets onto this Varus, he will do an amazing job at taking him out of the game. However, with the barrier, with the flash, he has so many abilities to delay. And the rest of his team right now is picking up the slack. The 6-0-2
and the Rumble once again. The ult being used, not going to find much, will be absolutely deleted.
Another shove as well, by the way. Skargan is not missing right now.
They're almost proxying this, like, instead of the wave, they're
usually proxy the wave, yeah.
No, but they're proxying the champ.
Proxy the Rumble.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
that's a hubris, by the way.
Yeah, that Pantheon. Sorry, not the Pantheon. I mean, you could build it on the Pantheon. He hasn't died yet, but we are seeing that hubris, and once that hubris gets stacked,
The face check coming in, Angel Bot.
Zixo
A
able
little
to
bit too
live.
far up.
The
One's
follow-up
on
is
Zixo.
there, but
Pop barrier and run away. Fix found on the other side of the
trade
rift.
ADC for ADC. They will going to continue to just follow up now. The Talia ult being used. They'll latch onto Burgling. Burgling will go down. Another kill for Zeno. He is godlike. He is the destroyer of worlds. I mean, a very clean fight there for Lodestar. Obviously, Zixo being found, like you said, we did see that, but he delayed long enough, like you said, for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and there was
to
both
follow
his
up.
summoners used to delay this time around. So next time, especially when SD Percy will have his flash up before Zixo, there is potential to find him inside of that little pit, inside of the Thunderdome that's created by the Jarvan. But before that
SD
happens,
Percy gonna be shut down. Zeno's there and waiting for him. Will find him. I mean, they could keep going here.
an Angel Bot's not even going to go down either.
But Rimmer will be found potentially. Oh no, it's stunned.
Nice flash.
And that
Still
will
forced
be
to flash
Hextech
out of the seismic
trade
shove.
falling.
Fixer is getting
Lodestar.
destroyed as well.
There's just no mercy being shown here by Lodestar.
Yeah, and no reason to show mercy either. After the way you felt during the whole of that first game, slowly as it ran away from you, unable to keep up with the unstoppable tide that was the PC players, finally having the reverse dynamic has got to be feeling good. Speaking of which, there's another one.
Absolutely. I think Zeno could just walk into this turret. He's got such good life
He has so
steal.
much healing.
Yeah, absolutely. He just will. He's an absolute menace. The Corki.
He just
But
gained
look, he
600
just
from an
gained
auto attack!
Oh my goodness, the lifesteal is crazy. What on earth? The turret.
What is that
will go
Sundered
down.
Sky item?
Oh my goodness, Will swipe the Braum underneath the tower as 27 stacks, Sundered Sky, and the Swifties as well. He is cooking. This guy is Gordon Ramsay on this Aatrox. There is no better chef than him. Absolutely insane. I mean,
What is it with red side top laners this series? Both of them having their moments. And I've got to say, so far, Zeno having a better game than Guapdad did in the first.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, Zeno, 11-0, is just
You don't get much better than
dominating.
that.
I think
Wow.
we have a clear idea of possibly who our MVP is.
This isn't over yet. He does have a 700 gold shutdown. I'm
True.
sure that someone could use that, and it would not get them much closer, but it would ruin the 20k gold lead. It would take a good chunk out of that. I don't think it would do much else, though. Talia maybe overstaying in the side lane here.
I mean, the poke, it's just so
The poke
strong,
is
but
obnoxious,
meanwhile,
but she has
Skargan in a little
overstayed
bit
her
of a
welcome.
mess. Does flash away, but the stun is there.
Nice shove.
Just need to find a way out, and I think they will.
Yeah,
Oh my
I don't
goodness,
like how
but
they
the
played that.
ultimate's used.
We hit.
The ultimate does hit, but potentially they could still get out. The ignite is used. Maybe they find a kill, but no, will go down. That is a nice shutdown for that Corki.
Yeah, I think it's a lot safer if you go for that play from the pincer. The way they chose to go with the Braum and the Corki from the same side, effectively, as the Rumble. They had the choice to go from behind. They chose to go from the same side as the Rumble, and it just cost them so much HP. Talia perfectly spacing. It will also cost them the Ruinous Khan in this game too. And for Lodestar, it's an okay trade. It's not great. You lose basically 1,000 gold on the shutdown, plus the objective bounty as well from that tier 1 in bot. It's not great,
Yeah,
but it's still fine because you have an Atakan.
absolutely. You did get all the roses as well, so a little bit
They
more
have
adaptive
57
force.
petals, by the way.
Yeah. It's
What is that about?
Insane.
How have they got 50? The game's only been going for 20 minutes. What do you got 57 for?
It's that top lane, I'm telling you. There's still more on the map. I mean,
It just
when you're
keeps spawning
doing
in the top
so
lane.
well, yeah.
That is crazy.
Zeno has just been absolutely farming this game.
Another one.
Leading on CS as well. You need this Rumble to farm if you want a chance. I mean, we are going to see the Oblivion Orb being pulled out. That healing is just too great. Bit of mid-action going on. I mean, it's a little bit poking each other out. Not going to be much going on there. Angel Bot needs to just back away. Will do. Aatrox and Talia bot side, looking to get this tier 2. Will force the rest of the
TP
team
has been
down.
invested here.
Oh,
Okay.
it's just been shut
Yep, that'll be
down.
right.
Absolutely deleted. Lonely Seal manages to find the kill, but ST Percy, he's sort of one of the leading lights for PC players, was shut down. The Rift Herald being used to open up the base, and it will.
Down
And there's
Starfall
one
over
more
the top.
charge in it. The Pantheon ultimate being used will look to shut down.
Ooh.
No, how does he live? How does Ribbert live? 1 HP. Incredible, but that's another Rift Herald charge onto the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, the fire and ice combo there was absolutely beautiful. I don't know if you quite caught that. The Braum ult with the Rumble layered underneath it. They were all burning down. Oh my god, the Cataclysm on the Hex
But he needs
gates.
to get out. We'll look
Percy,
to try.
This couldn't be going much worse right now. His way to execute these low HP champs has just been completely taken away by the Hex gates. Their one way back into this game is
Still
backfiring so hard.
And Aatrox is still split pushing. I don't think PC players realise this, but he's destroyed your inhibitor.
He's just going to keep pushing if they let him. Might disappear.
But yeah, might disappear. Look to recall. Not sure if he drops the
Dragon's
wall
on the map
here.
as well, I guess.
Probably doesn't, but
They're pushing to delay these backs right now.
I think that's
If there's
a
any
decent
time,
play, though.
now is good. The Skargant might be able to
the
2v1
Talia.
even without the Rakan. With the Rakan, this seems awful.
Oh, the
for them.
Rakan goes in. Black flashes up the Corki. Will find a kill for themselves. Skargant still alive. They're dealing so much damage. Lonely Seal coming on in.
Ooh.
But Agerbot does go down. It's a kill for the Rumble, but they need to back away here, PC players. They cannot contest. Because
It's not the
there
kill
is
they
Xeno
need, though.
to
It's the
meet them.
Rakan, not the Talia. And there goes your jungle for it as well. This will be another dragon heading over.
Yeah.
They're just lucky Baron hasn't spawned yet, because that would make this even worse.
Absolutely. I mean, not even 25 minutes into the game, the base is already open, and it's looking pretty dire for PC players. 8 turrets to 1. Nearly.
3
we are,
items for the Aatrox to 1, by the way.
Yeah.
And
Oh, and he's going to be caught out again. Oh, you do have to feel from Guapdad.
yeah, that little Yordle has never felt smaller. Inside or outside of his mech, he is pretty pointless at this point in the game, unfortunately. The Leandri's not going to cut it. What will cut it is that big old sword of Xeno's right now, and he
Absolutely.
could look for so much
Pushing
more.
in. Look for a potential end here. I mean, they have a lot of grubs. They have 6 grubs and waves coming in from all over. That right side Nexus turret falling really, really low. A couple of hits, it will go down, but
Another seismic shove hits, and that's Chains of Corruption.
Delivers some damage. You know what, Angelbot falling really, really low. Turret
They're
damage
deep here,
galore.
though.
Xeno falling really low as well. Lonely Seal does manage to stay alive, but no, will go down. But meanwhile, the Talia delivers so much damage in the meantime, able to find these picks. Xeno still alive. And unfortunately, that
Percy.
Jarvan will do no such thing. Xeno will look to hit that Nexus and look to potentially end. Can he get one more kill?
He's going to get the pullback. Yes, he
Gets the
will.
ace. 14-0, 6 assists, 39 hubris stacks. And Lone Star having a say in this series.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not a best of 3, because I would be so fascinated to see how these teams would react. A stomp one way, a slightly less of a stomp in the first game. Unfortunately, that is where we're going to have to leave this series for today. We have another series coming up for you, so don't disappear. But I just want to have a little breakdown of this one, because this was crazy.
It was... I think we're all, like, caught off guard. I think members of the chat were as well. Like, we would... Lone Star have just come out of absolutely nowhere and just stomped. I mean, Xeno, what a performance. And Lonely Seal as well. I mean, on that Pantheon, no mercy shown. They went absolutely everywhere. This poor Rumble in the top side was pretty much proxied. I mean, had no topside prio. That topside jungle, like, sorry, well, that blue side top side jungle was just completely owned by Lonely Seal. I mean,
But that's kind of what we
What a
saw in game one
performance.
as well. It
Yeah.
was Lodestar making those plays towards the top side with their jungle. The difference was that the Gnar was able to survive where
Yeah.
the Rumble was not. And that's what really changed the dynamic of this game. As soon as the Aatrox got ahead against the not very fun matchup, it suddenly became one of the most fun matchups I think he's ever had in his life, ending with 14 kills in such a short game as well. If we'd had a Baron, I think we might have got near the 20k gold lead.
Absolutely. I mean, at which point we probably would have been raided by K-Jill's chat.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean the MVP. It's got to be Xeno. Has to be Xeno. Look, honorable mentions to the rest of the team, but look, he finished today with +4 kills.
Yeah.
So that
He's
he's
positive.
positive today, and that's all you can ask.
After that first game, to go positive in a 2-game series, you have to respect.
Absolutely.
I don't know how he's managed it.
Yeah.
He hit his 0-10 power spike on the Yasuo, and he has absolutely dominated the game on the Aatrox. Yeah. Let's have another look at his stats real quick, because I cannot... Ignore the Rumble. It's an Aatrox.
Ignore the Rumble, yeah. No Rumble. But 14 kills, 6 assists, 28k damage, and
It was not a long game either.
no,
It's like a 25-minute game, pumping out 28,000 damage. And it's not like he's tank farming either. Tankiest champ he had to go up against the Java, and that's crazy damage output.
I mean, credit where credit is due. Like, he's bounced back. He was on a champion that he absolutely adores. I would say he's one of the best Aatrox I've seen, if not the best Aatrox in this tournament. I mean, he's a truly tremendous player, and credit where credit's due. But that is a really important win for Lodestar. They got set back in the first game, didn't manage to find their way, but they pulled it back. And you need players like Xeno, like Lonely Seal, to step up when times are a little bit hard and just be proper pro athletes. And I said at the start of this
game, you can bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. And he's done that. So credit to him. What
Not how hard you can hit. It's how hard you can get hit.
Absolutely. Famous quote by Rocky Balboa. I know my references, but that is fantastic. I love that
Thank
mention.
You.
That's crazy. But no, I mean, what a series.
Yeah, and the best thing for for Lodestar, coming out of this, is it is likely top 4 in their group confirmed now. If they had lost that second game, they would only be 1 game ahead of the team that just beat them twice, with all the momentum heading into the final few match days in our group stage in the SOL Div 3. So a huge outcome to really lengthen the gap between 4th and 5th, try and guarantee those playoff places, and then suddenly you're in single elimination, anything can happen.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's just it's this stage of the tournament is really, really crucial. This is obviously, if you're approaching that sort of knockout stage, maps, games like this do become best ofs, and if you can go down in a best of and come back like they did here, I think honestly, if there was another map in this series and this was a best of 3, I do think that Lodestar would have gone on to win it, because
after that game 2, I cannot even start to dispute it. They have all the momentum if they were to go into another one. Unfortunately, that is where we're going to have to leave this series. We will be back in just a couple minutes with Interacademy versus the Peaches, the Peachfish Esports. Yeah. We will be back in just a few.
Nah, Xeno's the go. I'm sorry. I was hoping not. Hello and welcome back, chat. We had a little bit of a pause there, but we are ready to talk about our next Div 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Div 2.
Interacademy versus Peach Fish Esports. I mean, this one's a really big one. This is a really important match. Both teams looking to, well, they're battling it out to get to that top 4 position. Well, hopefully they'll look to qualify for the round of 16. Now, I mean, we've got to talk about the different players involved. Obviously, I'm looking at specifically int players because
they're called
Konjac, yeah,
they're called int. I can't blame you.
Like, if Konjac is not on Scion, like playing like the mouse, I just I do not.
Your
know
team name
up.
is Int Academy. You have to be good at inting, right? That's what it means. They have to be. Unfortunately for us, it looks like the Scion is not a major part of his champ pool, if it's even there at all. The Ambessa, however, is a big part of his champ pool, but it's taken away.
Yeah, taken it away. I mean, Konjac can't play that Ambessa anymore. That's a huge comfort ban. Has played like 90 odd games this season on that Ambessa. Now, the Maokai ban, I love a bit of Maokai, but I can understand why he's a very good champ. I mean, jungle, top, support. He's so good at CC. You know, he's such a good engage. The Darius ban as well, very intriguing. I think could potentially be a bit of a comfort ban if I'm not mistaken.
I've seen a lot of Darius in the jungle recently as well, running amok with his big old axe. So not the most surprising to see that game going away. And then Mel, another interesting choice taken away from Int Academy. Salty, a master mid laner in his own right, 494 LP right now, so close to 500.
Yeah.
So close to 500. Doesn't look like he's been playing much of the Mel himself this season. He's much more a fan of the Syndra. We'll have to see if he pulls that out, but it looks like it might be taken away from him.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, we are seeing that Syndra being picked. Syndra, you know, a very decent champion as of late. I mean, would you sort of... A Silas, I mean... Oh, no, don't tease me. I love a bit of Silas. But no, the Ari pick into that Syndra, I think... How does that matchup sort of go?
I'm imagining that it goes all right, because Salty has chosen to take it, and I don't think he'd take a matchup that would be that willingly bad into his main, right?
Yeah.
He knows how Syndra works inside and out. 112 games on Syndra this split alone. His second most played is the Ari. My suspicion is that when he gets picked away, when he gets banned, this is his backup to rely on in the solo queue. Let's see how he can rotate it around the map today, looking a lot more for roams instead of this more side lane heavy focus. If they go for any of these hovers, I am so much more interested than a Kaiser, though.
Ooh. The Kalista. Okay, I mean...
The Gauntlet.
Yeah. I mean...
This bot lane could be fireworks.
Absolutely. I mean, if that's a Corki ADC as well...
It should be with the really Ari there.
Yeah.
Absolute Gauntlet laid out. Bot lane is ready to die for what they believe in.
We are seeing that Scion.
Yeah! It's on the wrong side, though. It's on the wrong side.
It's unlucky. It's unlucky. But
they see they're up against Int Academy and they had to int themselves.
True.
That's how it works.
That's the meta. But
someone who doesn't want to be inting is Ornn. You need him to be stable in the side lanes, fetching that XP, if for no other reason than to give an extra 1,000 gold to some of your carries.
Absolutely. I mean, that Ornn is just so useful. Upgrading them items, as well as just such good CC in them team fights. His ultimate, his E, his true max health damage, you know, into a champ such as Silent, if he's not building lethal, which I'll probably be surprised if they're not. But
only a very select few are allowed to pull that one out.
The goat. I have actually met him as well. So the Bell. So I had a little bit of tips and tricks from him, but no, like I think if he's building that tanky side and that true max health damage coming from his W, it's just so good at cutting these tanky characters down to size.
Yeah.
Now we are seeing that Fresh and Brawn ban. I mean,
support pool pinch, but they're not taking away the Renata, which is, it feels like
no.
an odd choice into a Callista. Maybe they think they can just play around it. I don't trust
Kai'Sa?
any of these hovers. I don't trust
No.
any of these. Not even the Nami. That would be crazy. That
The
feels more
Jarvan,
normal.
okay, I like the Jarvan. Maybe the Ivern would be quite interesting to see.
You're seeing a lot more of this Jarvan popping up recently. When you see more immobile ADCs,
Yeah,
more immobile mages as well, you have multiple options to hop onto. Sure, the mage is probably going to build some sort of golden at some point, but Kindred taken the other way. Now there's three massive carries to worry about on the other side, and they need some massive setup. Is the Pyke the right way to go about that setup? No, it isn't.
We are going to see a Renata. That Renata is a very nice little bit of pairing, paired up with that Callista. I mean,
you can just go so much deeper for those kills.
Yeah, I mean, the Alistar, I can sort of see why, but
it feels like Inter have no real direction on this, but they just have insane power picks and power combos to fight with. Well, sorry, Inter on the right hand side. The names are getting confused. Int with we go when we hear the going forward, right?
Yeah.
The Cataclysm will follow the Ornhorn, Spirit Rush over the top, unkillable Alistar, laying out all the CC possible. They have a very clear path to victory this game.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, I don't think it's as crystal clear for Peachfish.
It's very much individuals, Like, I think it's got to be literally, in my eyes, the way I see this game going is if that Kindred gets a marks, it gets a little bit fed, or that Callista or that Syndra, they're just going to be running around on their own, while this side is just going to be split pushing as much as possible. I think that is how they're going to sort of play. And it's going to be a very interesting game, how we sort of see them. And I think I think the chat sort of agrees with me a little bit. I mean, in Ornn we trust, we scam, slam, bust. Okay.
That doesn't say trust.
Oh, it's not trust, thrust. Oh my goodness. I thought that said trust. I can't read clearly.
No. You believed in the sanctity of the Twitch chat and you were instantly disproven.
I actually did. I thought...
You thought we have normal people in a Twitch chat. Unfortunately, no one on our platform is anything close to being normal anymore. All a bunch of crazy people, forced crazy by this game that we all love to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, I do like that. The reason I'm a bit indecisive on that Alistar, I think
I would have liked a more decisive engage support.
Yeah, I think
something like the Rel would go crazy here.
Yeah, I was thinking the Rel. Oh, to be fair,
if you get handshake away, it's
Nautilus or something like, or Fresh. I understand the Fresh ban. Obviously, Fresh got banned, but the Nautilus, I think, could have been a little bit more concise. Or that Leona, but
I feel like the way they set this draft up, when you're going with a Jarvan and an Ornn, there is only one direction that you're going, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if you were to pair that again, I would like to see the Rel. Just because, in that sense, she also only wants to go in that one direction. If you're playing passively on a Rel, it sucks. You barely even exist if you're not going forwards. Finding those huge magnet storms. On the other end of things, you have to lane against a Callista Renata. You don't have the luxury of swapping away and playing it to Scion for a little bit. And while you have the Corki, it's nice to have at least a level 2 spike. You're not fighting level 1 because you have an Alistar who is a nice big lump of steak and not much else.
And you do have that Ornn as well. I mean, so tanky. I mean, that champ can properly scale his health. I mean, I think that it will be sort of interesting how both teams sort of set up and play. I mean, is there a clear winner in the draft? Who do you think who do you favor the most?
I'm liking the Inter-Academies draft. Yeah, I really am.
It
feels like they have so much more cohesion and so much more of an identity in how they want to play this game, how best they can actually turn around some of these weird engagements that we're guaranteed to see, because no one can predict anything happens
Yeah.
in our leagues. So when you have much more consistency, it feels like you have the ability to really press these advantages that you're likely to find throughout the course of the game.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, obviously, like in fights, they've got a plan of action, whereas I think, you know, is there really one for Team Peachfish? I mean, obviously, like you got Cyanol, but you know, to sort of start off the engage and then maybe follow up with a Kindred if you can't, if you get really like stuck and it's needed. But I don't know how it's going to sort of work and sort of function. You're just going to be relying on just being, you know, disengaging like when and where possible, and just playing that sort of ranged pokey style, considering all the champions are pretty much ranged. But yeah, I think it's going to be quite interesting. I mean, someone in the chat mentioned that they've got decent engage. I mean, yeah, they've got the Renata there. They've got the Kindred R if they get really stuck.
I wouldn't even call that engage, though. It feels like Renata is there for peel, for disengage.
Yeah.
You handshake people
that's what I said. That's what I said.
away.
Yeah. Sorry,
you might be able to repel these attacks, especially with something like the hostile takeover. You hear the Ornhorn coming in, you send it out, you can delay. Can you delay enough?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's I agree. I mean, it's just if they can last longer in the fights, they'll do a lot more. I think,
especially with the Callisto.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Callisto's just got to spam them spears as much as possible.
How tanky are we seeing this Callisto? After the Blade of the Ruined King, how many tank items? Do we even wait for the Rage Blade?
I mean, if you're the Callisto here, you just got to hope that it's Hand Summer on the other team at Worlds 2024 and hope he doesn't press E. But yeah, like, I think that it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. I mean, the disengage definitely being their sort of counterplay, but overall survivability and stuff like that. But it's just about just getting near to them, just slamming them, stunning them as much as possible, making them not able to play the game. All the while, this sign is just going to be split pushing and probably proxying. Like,
yeah, but if someone can match the Scion, it's going to be this Ornn who also wants to be in these side lanes as much as possible. The 5v5s are going to be a very interesting part of this whole dynamic of the game. But while the side lane threat is happening, Ornn is probably happier than the Scion if he can neutralize.
Yeah.
If he can get to level 13, get himself 1,000 gold literally for free, and then he can start handing out those augments to everyone else as he keeps increasing his own level. Sure, Scion can do his thing, but I don't think it's going to be enough into the hyper scaling that's on the other side.
I couldn't agree more. I think we are nearly ready to go into game. I mean, predictions finally for this series. I mean, Rue, who's going to win? What's the score?
I'm taking Int Academy for game 1. I'm not ready for game 2 yet. I haven't seen any of these teams play before in my life. I am coming in as blind as can be. I have their OPGGs, and that's kind of it. That's how we roll.
I'm in the same sort of boat, but I like
looking
a bit
at that
of a
draft,
gamba.
I'm going to have to say Int Academy.
Yeah, I like a bit of a gamba. Purely, I love the logo for like peach like fish, but unfortunately, I'm gonna go with the name Int Academy. I love that name.
you were selected there before draft.
Yeah, I probably would have. I gotta be honest. I just love the name. I mean, as a top laner, oh yeah, that's just the only way to play. You know, I'm a Baus enjoyer, and Int Academy is like probably Baus's secret team that he owns. Probably. I will teach you how to int. But no, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Hopefully, not too much longer now. We are
Hopefully,
just waiting to get into this one. I am on the edge of my seat to see how these two teams will go at each other. I mean, I'm also interested. We haven't talked enough, I don't think, about this Kindred pick. It is such a crazy
Yeah.
pick to throw in there. It's going to
I mean,
force some crazy aggression.
yeah, you've got to shut down the marks. You've got to, constantly be on the ball. It incentivizes your jungler and your laners to be very aware of the map. Like, for example, if Grump has a cheeky little bounty on them or mark on them, you've just got to steal it. Like, in my eyes, that's the way to play.
And with the
You just
Cluster Renata,
invade,
they might be able to
a
get
little
that push
aggressive.
in, especially
Yeah,
going into that blue side quadrant. It's going to be a key pressure point that they're going to have to push for. I'm wondering, on the Jarvan's path thing, do you do something like a weird 5 camp, end up mid lane, try and push out the mid lane, and go to whichever crab spawns with the mark? Or do
yeah.
you just play the 50-50?
I mean, I think if you're Jarvan here, you're gonna get bullied early on. I would say. I mean, the Kindred is just a nightmare early on. She does so much damage for no reason whatsoever. But I think that you are gonna have to change your game a little bit if you are that Jarvan. You're not gonna be as comfortable as what you would like to be, so you are gonna have to change that. Like, even if that means, like you said, just changing your pathing routes, just wanky, like weird, wacky, like proper goofball strategies. You're just gonna have to do that, unfortunately, because Kindred will just own your jungle. I mean, considering that she's got such good disengage as well, like you said, with the helps of Renata, and her ultimate once she gets it.
It feels like we're
She's
almost all that disengage. They don't have any true ways of going in themselves apart from
yeah.
say Sion, go press R, see what you can do. And we might be there to follow up, but you might also be halfway across the map. We don't
Yeah.
quite know. Unfortunately, we have had a couple of issues getting into game. So we'll have a quick little break here. Just a second. Hopefully, we'll be back when this game starts. We will see you guys, hopefully, not too long.
Yeah. Hello, chat. I do have a message to bring. I do apologize very much so. We've had a bit of technical difficulty, and unfortunately, we don't want to stop the players from participating in their game. So we are not going to broadcast this game, but we are hoping and praying. We're very optimistic in doing the second game. So if you'd be a bit patient with us, after the first game is done, we'll be right back with some more analysis. We'll be, obviously we'll give you a bit of a sneak peek of the last, the game that you wouldn't see. But yeah, please stay with us. Please be patient. Once again, we do apologize. We'll see you in, a little bit. Yeah, see you in a little bit.
kept holding on, but now that it's too late, I got nowhere else to run. How can I come out of this alive? Watch it all go up in flames. yo, 6-0. I can see the shadows look like you. I gotta forget, find something new. There's no going back for you and I, you and I. Don't know what you want, I need to know. Don't pick up the phone when I try to call. Tell me what is wrong, oh, what is right, what is right. 'Cause now it's too late, nah, 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 too late, nah, 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 too late, nah, 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 too late, nah, nah, now it's too late, nah, 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 too late.
Hello, chat. Welcome back. Hello, 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 hello. Of course, sorry about that. We do apologize. It is completely all Riot's fault. You know, their client is terrible. But I hope you enjoyed a bit of that music in the background. The music is fire. Shout out to Zixo, the ADC for the Lodestar Academy. Absolutely sensational DJ. Rue, welcome back. I mean, we got to talk about obviously the map that the game that we didn't see, going in the way of Academy. Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so overall kill score 22-18. It was a very close game. As you say, Academy coming through in the influential team fights to really push their advantage, finish out the map, and they will take down the first one of our best of two today, as we head into the second one in just a couple of seconds. A couple things to bring your attention to from that game. Nord, the ADC, whoever was spamming that copy paste earlier, you were right to be the only fan of Nord. And I think after that performance, if we got to see that, you would not be the only fan of Nord anymore. Ended up 7-2-8. Also, crazy CS numbers, 314 in just a 34-minute game. Top gold overall. And I think the clear MVP coming out from that one.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think obviously shout out to Metaphor. I mean, 13-4. It's pretty incredible.
In a loss, though.
Yeah, in a loss. Yeah, it is rough. It is really rough. But Nord absolutely dominant on that Corki. You have seen a bit of Corki, bit of Jarvan already today. Been an absolute nuisance for a lot of teams to deal with. So it's nice to see. I think in terms of like what we've seen from them in the first game, how do you think that Peach Fish is going to change up their sort of draft? I mean,
they have to change something, right? Coming out from that game where I feel like with a game that's as close as that, suddenly ending at the 34-minute mark, I'm imagining the gold was very close the whole way through, right?
Yeah.
The Syndra on one side against the Corki the other, both of which are fed. Everyone else hovering around the same gold mount. If we get rid of the towers that were destroyed in the final push, I feel like there really was just that one massive team fight that really swayed it, potentially over the soul. We don't quite know, but the Dragons ended up 3-3. So we are imagining something crazy happening around the soul fight. 2k gold lead at the end of the game after a decisive team fight for Int. So it just comes down to that kind of draft that we were talking about before we loaded in, while we were hypothesizing what was going to go down. The Ornn and the Jarvan teaming up so well. It's so much easier to play a comp when you just have to press R, right? For Int, if you just press R,
you win.
You have a great chance of fighting. The other side has to play flawless League of Legends to avoid the nightmare scenario of getting engaged on by the whole enemy team. And unfortunately, when your main disengage is Renata hoping and praying to the gods that you walk into her ultimate, it's GG.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think there was definitely a lack of idea and sort of planning going into that draft about how they were going to particularly take them fights. Obviously, maybe they were looking for the bit of the disengage, but there's no point focusing on disengage if you've got to be permanently on that disengage. Like, you've got to be on the ball repeatedly, and you can't. Any slip up or mistake will just cause your team to collapse. I don't think that's particularly a healthy way of playing. Like, as any player who plays like League of Legends will tell you, occasionally you will be caught out because there are so many different metrics, so many different objectives, so many different parts of the map you've got to keep an eye on, and you can't be doing all of them things perfect 110% every single minute, every single second. And I think that's what happened. They collapsed a little bit, and unfortunately for Peachfish, that did cost them. But no, in terms of Academy's performance, I would say a nice well-rounded, clean performance. I mean, their teams and players have just really stepped up to the plate. They've been really, really strong. Obviously, we're looking at all different manner of stats right now, but obviously we can see that across the board, everyone's sort of contributed. Everyone's got a lot of assists. Everyone's got a lot of kills. The CS and gold lead is just incredible. I mean, that's exactly what you want a team to be, and a team is just so well immersed, so well got really good chemistry. Bit of science there for you, Rue. But no, it's exactly what you want to see, and I think their bans were definitely a lot better in terms of like they got a clear plan going into this game opposed to Peachfish Esports. I believe we are heading into draft. Yes,
please. There we go. Great timing.
Beautiful stuff. Unfortunately, you can't see our handsome faces.
Don't need that anymore. They've seen enough of us today.
But we are
Darius
seeing,
once again taken away.
Yeah, and Besser as well, and the Zyra. So I think we're going to see pretty similar bans. Ooh, drum roll. Oh, we're back. Beautiful stuff. Our handsome faces on show once again. Beautiful stuff. And we're going to see a Maokai ban as well. I think these bans are going to be pretty much the same, if I'm honest. They'll try and force them comforts, them comfort bans as much as possible. The Victor, once again, it's pretty much the same banning order. It's a shame. You hate to see it, but in terms of like, the Syndra ban. Okay,
that's a change.
A change.
But that's a self ban. They were the team that rocketed that and absolutely rolled over the game in the first time round. Now into Academy gonna be denied their Syndra, but the Corki, which carried them through the key team fights in that previous game, is gonna be allowed once more, and it will be taken.
I mean, I don't know what's being hovered topside here. I think
we saw the fake last time. Is it gonna be a fake this time?
Potentially. I mean, if he goes for that,
that's even more troll.
It is. I mean, the Ezreal. Okay, yeah, I understand that. The Ezreal, a fine pick, can do a lot in just everywhere. I mean, he's got really good range. He's so good at fighting as well. He's got really good disengage. He's just a very consistent champion, I would say.
And a lot more survivability is the main thing coming out. If you're looking to team fight, having an ADC that doesn't just fall over at the first sign of pressure from something like the Renekton. This Corki has a Valkyrie, but that is its only escape tool.
Yeah.
That will not be enough to get away if this Crocodile gets big this game.
Absolutely. I mean, one W, an E dash, and then follow up with a W. That Corki is pretty much dead. I mean, we are still going to see the Cassante, and maybe the LeBlanc was teased there.
I wouldn't be shocked if he stuck with the Ari. Piloted it well in the first game. 6, 5, and 8. A nice solid performance. Nothing too flashy from a very flashy champ. Interested to see how Peach want to counteract this. Malafor, a big fan of things like the Aurora that haven't been taken away this game either. Interested to see if he goes for it. He keeps hovering this Zoe, and there is the Aurora.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, they saw how the first game went, and they are drafting for team fight.
Absolutely.
Scaling, team fight, get on the back line, and delete everyone all at the same time.
I mean, like I said, for Peachfish, I mean, they've got every single one of the champions has a way of getting in and getting out and packing a massive punch. I mean, Renekton's got his E. The Ezreal has his little teleport thing. The Aurora has a little ghost thing. I think it's a very, very strong, decent first 3 picks. And the Vi ban we are going to see now. Obviously, Vi, a very strong current champion. I mean, Pantheon as well. Pantheon has been such a big issue.
This jungle pool is gonna get pinched.
Yeah. Already the Darius jungle being snipped, but
do Peach dare go further? Doesn't look like they do. in allowed one more ban themselves, they can look towards something like the Leona if they're scared of that crazy engage. Great pairing in the bot lane with the Ezreal.
Yeah.
I would expect Peach, though, to take jungle on 4, save their support for the final rotation. We'll have to find out. Is the Thresh instead taken away?
The
And there is the
Viego.
instant Viego.
Wow. Okay, this lineup is looking pretty strong. Very strong indeed. I mean,
Peach love playing through their jungler. Not sinning is not messing about. Kindred into Viego in his 2 games today, trying to live up to his master rank.
the Braum being chosen here, I think we'll look to try and shut down that kind of dive. But then again, there's like 4 champions that can do that on the side of PFE. So I'm not sure what else they can really shut it down with. The Wukong being teased here, but I
like the Wukong here.
I kind of like the Wukong.
It gives you good engage and disengage.
Yeah.
Something is very neutral, that
Yes.
Cyclone. You can use it in both ways. And
Oh,
I
my
do like that
goodness.
as a choice. That can get out of here. That's more likely.
Yeah, I mean,
Rel is another circle. I'm a big proponent of having more circles than your opponent. When you have an Aurora, oh no, that was locked in.
God, oh god. So
they had so many circles, and they chose Yumi. She doesn't have any circles.
I mean, look, that Yumi is just gonna sit on that Ezreal or that Viego, and they are going in. They are committing to the bit. They are not gonna. They're a double
Kill the cat.
Yeah, they're just gonna roll forward. That's their goal. I mean, this Braum is gonna have a proper hell of a task.
I feel like they needed more engage from that final pick.
Yeah,
Yumi. I don't feel the Yumi is enough right now.
No, I think
your engage is pressing Aurora R. There is 0 CC in your engage. You have single target CC on 2 of your members.
Yeah.
You don't have enough lockdown.
I think
to get onto this Corki
could have been really solid, but obviously
Maokai's would have been lovely.
Yeah.
I think a default engage support would have been amazing. Ezreal Leona is such a good lane as well.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see the Leona there because then you can snipe with your Solar Flare if you want to. Or when everyone else is already going in, because you have the Renekton going in before, the Viego going in, you can add more single target CC if that's your plan for your all-in. Yeah. Get the single target CC, get the pick for the Viego, and then get them low with your Aurora ult and spiral that further. The Yumi just doesn't feel like it fits for me.
I know it's going to be a hot suggestion, but I know it's not ideal. But an Amumu support, I think, would go kind of hard there. I mean,
just go crazy CC and press more circles.
Yeah, I mean,
it might end up being too squishy in that type of scenario, but I'd love to have seen the creativity. That's a crazy idea, by the way. I love that.
Like low key, because his ultimate is really strong. He's got his little grab,
bandage toss.
Yeah,
just so much CC, and a great engage distance as well. Right, Flash R doesn't feel like you can engage from too far away, but suddenly you're like halfway across the river in the blink of an eye, and everyone is CC'd around you.
Absolutely. I mean,
nothing like Emilio on the other side either to group cleanse. I'd have liked that.
Yeah, low-key, I see it occasionally, and I think it's quite a nice like pick. And I think it just I kind of understand why you would go the Yumi low-key. It's just the go in with one of these and just keep it alive. I didn't like seeing it yesterday. I was praying on Casey's downfall, but like after the whole G2 result, but
3-0.
Oh yeah. But I was like, I think the Amumu support would have gone a little bit harder there. I think the Yumi's just there to pretty much provide a shield. Just give them a little bit more in terms of when they go in. But I always think that Amumu is a bit like, Yumi's just playing a 4v5. It's never ideal in my eyes.
Yeah. And I think, to circle back, when you have the more engaged support angle, you're stacking circles on top of each other. Triangles are the best shape when you're building things. When you're trying to tear things down in League of Legends, circles are so good. Why would you not want more circles in this game? The Aurora between worlds a huge amount of AoE damage that is just undodgeable from the size of the circle. Everything else going on top, the tiny little Heartbreaker feels great. Adding a layer of CC for your engage, denying the other team the counterplay that's going to be coming out this game. Only 2 champs are getting CC during a fight, maybe even 1 if they hit the same person. Unless the Viego can get the resets and then use other people's CC against them. But that's so far away from happening. Your single target pick is okay, but if the Corki has cleanse, you're not going for him.
No.
The mid laner has her arm guard. You're not going for her. Like, you cannot find a single target that's worth going on to.
Absolutely. I mean, obviously we're just gonna have to see sort of how they fare up. I mean, let's talk about Inter's draft. I mean, how do you see them playing around like Peachfish's sort of composition? I mean, obviously they got the Brawn there just to stun them when
they have to just front to back this.
Yeah.
This is such a front to back angle. If you don't allow them onto your Corki, that is where the Viego would really get strong.
Yeah.
If you're able to force these fights to be front to back, it's going to be difficult to get through in some places, but they're not as tanky as they could be.
No.
Right? Peachfish are not that tanky at the end of the day. Their main form of sustain is the healing and shielding provided by the Yuumi, which again is another reason why you just all in is so much better.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean,
I don't like it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So are you definitely going with...
I'm going into Academy 2-0.
Okay. I like that. I think I might second you on that. I mean, yeah, I think... Who knows? It might be a little bit of a closer game, but I'm backing you on that. I think we can definitely see 2-0. I mean, I just think they've drafted a little bit better. They've just been more...
They've drafted for each other. They've drafted for their own team.
Yeah.
And it's been so much more cohesive. Every single time we look at these drafts, it's just... I favour Interacademy more. Coming out of the first game, we had the counterpoint put it out in chat of like, you know, the disengage is the key. But it's so much easier to just engage because those buttons hit more often. This time here, it's just... The engage buttons for Peachfish are just not doing it for me.
I mean, it's just, I couldn't agree more. I mean, the Cassante, I kind of like as well. The Cassante is just able to just wreak havoc. I mean, I'm not sure the matchup between Renekton and Cassante. I'm not sure who it favors.
Probably Renekton.
Yeah,
but
probably
it's
Renekton.
Cassante, so, you know, who knows? When there's a Cassante involved, all typical logic goes out the window.
Yeah. That champ just does so much damage for no reason whatsoever. I mean, converting all of your MR and AD into damage is just insane.
And the Wukong is so good at repelling these attacks as well. Corki has not much self-peel, but he's got a Braum standing beside him. Charm is able to deter someone like the Viego going too deep. If he goes too deep too early, Ari will be there to peel for the Corki. It does feel like Int are playing around this Corki once more, and after that first game, I cannot really blame them.
Indeed.
But if they're able to play this peel properly, they will have the chance to engage with their own Wukong when they want to. And it's AoE CC that's so much more powerful in this game.
I think we are probably going to go to a break pretty shortly. We are having a little bit more issues with the Riot client. You know, Riot, unfortunately, small indie company, not able to sort their client out. But do be patient with us, and hopefully we'll be back as soon as possible. See you in a little bit.
Hey yo, 6-0. I can see the shadows look like you. I gotta forget, find something new. There's no going back for you and I. You and I. Don't know what you want, I need to know. Don't pick up the phone when I try to call. Tell me what is wrong, oh, what is right. What is right. 'Cause now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. 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 Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late. Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late. I can see the shadows look like you. I gotta forget, find something new. There's no going back for you and I. You and I. Don't know what you want, I need to know. Don't pick up the phone when I try to call. Tell me what is wrong, oh, what is right. What is right. 'Cause now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. 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 Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late. Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late. Now it's too late. Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late, nah, nah, nah. Too late. Now it's too late.
Hey yo, 6-0.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Now, first and foremost, I will apologize. We've tried to do our best with the spectator client, but unfortunately, it's just not doing anything. We really do appreciate you guys being really patient for us. Now, obviously, I think we're going to do a Twitch raid. Obviously, we found a stream that has managed to get into the game. Title of Verex Esports, so credit to them because they're clearly magicians. I do apologize. Unfortunately, we're trying our best, but it's just down to Riot at the end of the day. But no, Rue, any final thoughts about today?
No, I think we have had our minds well and truly wrung by the wonders of the Riot client. Unfortunately, we're not even going to know who has won this second game yet. The game still very much underway, carrying on in our absence. Hopefully, for the players, it's exciting, even if we can't enjoy it ourselves with everyone else that is watching. But yeah, unfortunate today. We had a nice best of 2 earlier. I'm glad we had no technical issues during that. That is the positive from today. We had some fun League of Legends, even if we would have enjoyed it a little bit more.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, Rue, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. And chat, one final message from me. Keep calm. Don't play Shaco. And enjoy League of Legends. Or try to. My name's Oliver Day. I'll see you guys in a bit. Bye-bye.